What's going on, y'all? What's going on? How is everybody doing today? Hope you're doing good. Let me see if I can show my screen. Here we go. Hey, y'all. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, Jennifer Jennings. I'm an astrologer who maps the missing. And of course, I give readings and all that good jazzy junk. But today I am going to show you guys another perspective, another way to look at Sebastian Windrake Rogers' map. This time, we're not going to look at the map going from Stafford Court. We're going to look at the map going toward or leaving from Texas Roadhouse. So let's get with it. Let's get it. Let's look at it. Hold on. Let me add. What up?
Oh my dear. How
We're about to try. I'm not really good with. I'm not good with StreamYard, y'all. I'm just not. And, if things go crazy, then we'll go to Leanne's channel. We'll finish the live on her channel. But how are you doing, honey?
I'm good. Except I woke up at 11:44 this morning. I was like, man, I couldn't sleep again. Insomnia at 2 o'clock. I finally was like, I'm taking melatonin and I'm sleeping it off. I won't sleep in past the live.
Right? Hey, D Green. Hey, D for me, Kathleen, Beverly, April. How are y'all doing today? Are y'all ready to see this map? I know that I am ready to show it. Hey, babe. Hey, Jeff.
Hello,
I'm definitely
everybody.
ready to show it. Let's see if let's see if it works. Hold on. I'm taking me off for a minute. Oh, no, I'm not. Hold on. Right there. Okay, I'm going to take me off for a minute. I want to, let me show the screen. And I'm just going to share all of it, my entire screen, because I get wacky and then I forget what I'm doing. So I'm just going to share the entire screen.
Hello, kitty. And hope floats.
And so let's see if we can do, okay. All right, so okay, now we're on the side. Me and Leanne are on the side. All right, let's do this. Let's do it. Okay, so what I'm going to be showing you guys, again, we're not leaving from Stafford Court. Here's Stafford Court up here. We're not going to be leaving from Stafford Court. This is going to be about a 5 to 6 mile difference. And it is different. And what's so different about it is that these pertinent addresses, like this is Beach Market, this is Stafford Court. Beach Market is where people allegedly saw 3 people that I know of, that said that they saw CB and Sebastian at the market. So it's interesting that now we can see that there is leaving from Texas Roadhouse at the moment that car pulled off. We can see that there are lines that are really now going to tell a different type of story, which is very interesting to me. Oh, don't worry, Krista. I think we're all out of it today. Hey, Hope Floats.
I might have been my fault, Krista. I might have converted the time wrong, so sorry. Sorry.
What is interesting is that we've got a God-wide church here. We've got the Hendersonville Strike and Spare, and that's what's interesting to me is that it goes right over there.
Yes.
It goes right over where he was that day. I like the fact that these are now going right over the places that he went, not kind of, not sort of, but really going over it. So, and I'll start talking about the lines in just a minute. Just let me get you familiar with what I'm doing, because basically what I'm doing is I'm taking the geometric angles at the time. And astrology, we can use this tool of astrology in so many different ways, and this is just one of them. We can take the geometric angles and we can draw it out to see the behavior of what is taking place during a missing event. We can add the natal, the birthday, the birth time. Like I've got Sebastian's birth time, so I've added his natal as well. And I think it's very interesting, especially when we look at it from that point of view. Here is Michael Proudfoot. And do you see how the line is going straight over his now?
Yeah.
It's interesting, right? Very
Yeah.
interesting. And then we've got Sumner County Sheriff's Office and Kathy Bowersox. They're going right over the properties. And now we've got, lines that are going, and this is just the missing, y'all. This is just the missing. Now we have these lines going straight over Melissa's home. Look at that. There's the landfill that was searched, and the missing line is going. That was the intensity. So I'm going to start talking about that. This is Seth's house. This is
Okay.
where we had the vigil where all kinds of crazy shit went down, and BHB
No
got
way.
cuffs,
Arrested.
This is where Bowersox TB used to work. I don't know if he still has that place of business with the motor coach company, but that is interesting that it goes right over that property. And then, of course, my properties that I've been looking at in Virginia, we got one really good one that's going, the missing event is going over that one. And then we have this right here is interesting. This is where one of 4 places. So Heavy Equipment College, they did a write-up with Chris Proudfoot. He went to this college to be a crane operator, but they have 4.
Oh, wow.
They have 4, and one of them is in Washington, and I've got those addresses. The one then in Georgia, the one in California. So I've got those 4 just to see what we're looking at as far as the behavior with the training that he has with the crane.
Yeah.
It's just another way to investigate, So let's go back down. This is an alleged sighting of Sebastian in Georgia walking. No. That's the other college, actually. That's the other college. And these lines are going over that college. So I'm not real sure which one he graduated from.
Okay.
And you guys can find that right up on, you can find it on Google. You just Google Chris Proudfoot and Heavy Equipment College, and it'll pop up where he's being interviewed, talking about that school. So, yeah. So I'm going to go down here a little bit. I appreciate y'all looking at this with me this morning. Appreciate you hanging out with me, Leanne, helping me try to figure this out. The other thing that I thought that is very interesting is, okay, so I don't know which way KP would have went home from the roadhouse, but if she did go this way and then came up Highway 258, there's a BP gas station.
Wasn't she?
This BP gas
stop? Yeah.
I don't know. But it would be interesting if she did. It would be interesting if she did, and I'm going to talk about that. So we hear that he allegedly went to Culver's. There's Culver's. It's going right over Culver's, isn't it? Which is, y'all, this is good for me because the fact is that these lines are perfectly going over these addresses as they should, leaving from the Texas Roadhouse, though.
Right.
No matter where he went missing from, we know for a fact that he left Texas Roadhouse at what time was it? Let's see. Texas Roadhouse.
6:38.
6:24:47. So at 6:24:47, he is backing out and he is in the vehicle. We see Sebastian. We know that that's Sebastian. So this is the reason why I've started this work on a new map. But there's Culver's. And this is a missing vertex and the anti-vertex in Leo. So let me explain this. The missing vertex is intense experience with video, with networking, with groups, okay? And that vertex is going up and is going over Sebastian's home to the landfill.
Wild.
So it's already foreseeing the intensity with groups and videos, video networking with groups going up over his house, going over the landfill. All right. What's the anti-vertex? The anti-vertex in Leo is about what is grounding. It's like a ground wire. You got a hot wire, you got a ground wire. Well, this is like the grounding. We're grounding with the attention and video here at Culver's with Sebastian. So whatever took place at Culver's that the law enforcement would know, whatever type of surveillance video that they saw there, if they did, it's grounding them and giving them reason to go into the intensity with the groups and the networking and the lights and things like that in the middle of the night, right? Going up into the landfill.
Wow. Okay.
Are y'all following me? If not, I can try to re-explain what I'm thinking here. And I have put in some notes on these angles, and some of them I haven't. I'll go back in, and that's just more work, because this is a lot of work, y'all. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time.
Yeah. Okay. So, but you're suggesting. Okay, I'm gonna be hypothetical here, though.
Okay.
Under the assumption the law enforcement's actually looking into this,
Correct.
then they would have video evidence of her and Sebastian in this location that they would be looking at that might have some evidentiary value, is what you're suggesting.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. I'm glad that, thank you for giving me the feedback, because I sometimes I just don't know if I'm explaining it correctly where other people can understand what's going on in my head.
Okay, that's fine. That's why I wanted to clarify, but I guess I'm still skeptical that they're even looking into it. So this is where I need to keep positive.
I understand. So, okay, so this is a missing trans Pluto and Virgo that is in a good standing with Ceres and Capricorn. So I'm going to talk about this one too, because it's so close. And so I want to look at these two, because this is the energy, like, we talked about last night.
Yeah.
This would be, and y'all, I just want to clarify too, that all of this is our opinion. We're not blaming anybody. We're not putting this is just our opinion based on the lines and what the behavior is showing us. So please, everybody is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. So please don't take something that we said that's our opinion and run with it thinking that we're, blaming Chris and Katie, blaming Kathy, blaming Terry, blaming anybody, blaming Seth. We're not here to do that. We're just trying to find Sebastian and trying to understand the story that can lead us to him. Right? Right, April. We're not accusing anybody. Okay. So now we have the missing trans Pluto. So remember, I've talked. Exactly. So the trans Pluto in Virgo is there was an intensity that was taking place, and there was a transformation of health that is here. And this is the same degree that I talk about a lot that goes to Mexico, that goes to Trump, that goes to Israel. Okay. This is the same energy. And it's in a good standing with Ceres in Capricorn. So what is Ceres? Ceres is a lot of energy. Ceres can be directed energy. It could be about a church. Okay. It can also be about anything having to do with authority, because this is a Capricorn angle that's in a good standing. A trine is a good standing. And so we're going this way. We're going that way. We're going to go this way. And that's the reason why I have added the God-wide church, because this is Ceres. And as I'm looking on this angle, I'm looking for a church. I'm looking for a church. And so if she did go this way, if Katie did go this way, I do wonder if there was anything happening here, if there was any type of meet up or anything that was going, because Ceres is making me feel like we could be at a church, and this is God-wide church. And then of course I'm going to show you that angle.
It's close to a highway, I'm noting too.
Exactly. So she could have went that way. They could be getting, they could have gotten surveillance from there. Did they? I don't know. I don't know, because, we want to see, if I was the investigator, which I'm not, But if I was, I would want to be completely as nosy as possible, and I'd want to see all of um, the different cameras that would be going up the way that she went. I would want to see and make sure that Sebastian is still in the vehicle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Especially when we get on up on Highway 258 or New Shackle Island Road. So if she did go this way, and she may not have, she may have went up Drake's Creek, but I'm thinking that she went this way, but I don't know. It's just all hypothetical.
Jen, would have been her shorter way home? Like, would that have been an unusual way to go home for her? Feels like it.
I think that this would have been the quickest way, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't Googled it because she does, let's see. Here's her home. So if she went up Drake's Creek and did all that, then she would have a longer drive on Long Hollow. So it seems to me she would go left and then go up this highway. It seems like it would be quicker and then take a left here.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so a more natural way to go then. Okay, yeah. So more likely, So. Okay.
I think it is. Okay. I think it's more likely.
Okay.
And so all right, so I'm going to go back down before I get ahead of myself. And so what I want to do is I just want to talk about Culver's, and I want to pull up the state of Tennessee. We see the state of Tennessee is there. I've only got 3 angles for the TBI, but that is one of them. Okay, so let's just talk about the law enforcement here. And see how I just love the fact that these lines are going over where they're supposed to, because we're going to be talking about these as he goes missing and leaves the Texas Roadhouse. We're going to be talking about these places. So this energy coming down from the Texas Roadhouse versus Stafford Court is telling this is different. This is so different. So this state of Tennessee, their Uranus and Libra is in a good standing with Vesta and Leo. This is Leo lines, but it's in a good standing with the groups, with We the People, with video. Anything having to do with Uranus is We the People. It's the 11th house of groups for the state of Tennessee. It's how they bring in money with that Libra energy that I'm going to show you that is in a good standing here. But Vesta is the flame of life. Vesta is the flame of life. It's where it was reoccurring. Every time the state of Tennessee's Vesta and Leo in that 9th house of long travels, every time it comes into transit, it is creating a good standing with other agencies. So the other agencies involved with this case should be here with the flame of life. And we do see one of the agencies is the TBI, the state of Tennessee, their Venus and Leo, that's in a good standing with Astrea. Astrea is the divine justice. She is Virgo. And I'm going to show you those two in just a second. And then we've got the TBI. So we got the TBI Astrea angle, and we've got the state of Tennessee Astrea angle. So I like this. There's some justice here. The TBI, their Astrea is in the 9th house in Capricorn, and it's faded with Mars and Leo. Mars and Leo in the 4th house is about a vehicle. It could be about abuse. It could be a lot of action, a lot of competition. And Leo is, of course, about children. This is about publicity. This is public. And eventually this place could be of, some value that we would be talking about later on.
Can you do me a favor? Can you repeat? Sorry to interrupt you, but what's this? This isn't the gas station. What building is this again, Jen? Sorry.
No, this is Culver's.
So what is that? What is it like? What is called? Like, what does the company do?
This is where he allegedly went that day.
But what does the building do? What?
I'm about to show you.
Okay.
It is a yeah, no problem. Oh, let me go back around. Let me show you. So we're going to be talking about this as well. So Culver's, you can see it's got an outside patio, but you can go in there and you can eat. This is a restaurant. So, mm-hmm.
So they went to another restaurant after Roadhouse? Wow. Okay.
I don't know, girl. I really don't. I mean, I'm just going by what Chris Proudfoot had said and something
Well, I believe
about.
it. I'm just curious. I mean, they clearly didn't go there to eat. So that's even more suspicious. That's why I'm like, whoa, like they clearly didn't go to eat again. So
I don't know. I mean, I've got it marked because that's where. Let me look back at my notes. Well, I'm not going to look back at my notes because they've
no.
up on
Look,
themselves.
I believe it. I believe that they might have been here. I'm even more suspect that it's a restaurant because it would have been
Well,
if
I
they
don't know if
did
they
go
went to
here.
lunch here. You know,
Well, a
they're at
drop off
Strike
or
and
a meeting
Spare,
place.
Culver's. Yeah,
Oh,
Culver's,
right.
Strike and Spare. Is this where is Culver's where he had a colossal popcorn?
Oh, right.
Is this where he had a colossal popcorn? I don't know. But there's a lot of energy that is a lot of publicity here. It's a lot of publicity here. And it could be, the same thing because it's about the popcorn. So a lot of people are talking about the popcorn, right? So
Oh,
I want to
yeah.
show you
When
that
we
this
watch
angle.
them in handcuffs in jail, I'm going to be eating my colossal bucket of popcorn. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so this is taking us to this angle with the state of Tennessee is going from Culver's and it goes down Indian Lake, Saunders Ferry. Okay, and I'm just going to open it back up a little bit. I'm going to keep on going. There's some addresses that I haven't put on here. Okay, so check this angle out. I want you to see this angle. So not only does this angle go down over Culver's, but it's also going over the school, the crane school, or the big heavy equipment operating school right there. That's it. So it goes over Culver's and then comes down into Georgia over the heavy equipment. Yeah, April, it's big. It's a lot of difference, isn't it, girl? This is a lot of difference here. Yeah. Yep. So I thought that was interesting. And then the other angle, let's see with the TBI. Let me turn the missing off. Let me turn Tennessee off. And we're just going to look at this angle. This is the TBI angle. And I want you to see it's going right over where we had the vigil. Where we had the vigil and Betty got arrested, it's going right over. So the angle from Culver's, okay, there's a geometric angle here. The TBI's justice, there's a justice here with long travels, with the higher learning, with the courts, because that's what ninth house is. And it's faded with Mars and Leo, but it's not, it's being faded with Culver's. Looking at it from this angle, right?
Yeah.
This is Seth's house. So there's the place where we had the vigil. There's Seth's house. And again, there's courts, justice. We're going into Missouri. We are going into Kansas, into Nebraska, Wyoming, and then, of course, to that other school. Isn't that a trip? That this angle has both of the schools, the heavy equipment college. And then, of course, on the new map, look at that. There's Juneau, and the TBI meets their midheaven here with Aquarius, with groups, with networking. That's where the TBI is coming in pretty strong. Let me show you. Let's just go
So
ahead
residential
and
school
look at
in
this.
Juneau is an option?
I think so. I think, yeah. I mean, I think that we've got options here.
I
Okay,
was just
so let's look at this. This is where the campground is or was, where Chris was staying when Sebastian went missing, allegedly. This is where he was staying in Horn Lake. And there's a wake-up call. So this palace in Sagittarius is the investigator, okay? I'm going to go back to that, but watch. Where he lived, where he was working, there's his dad. There's Mr. Proudfoot, Mr. Truck Driver. That's his dad. So
Wow.
when I'm talking about this, I want you to remember that he is on the same lines where he lives. We're talking about him too.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting.
So, yeah. So the state of Tennessee rises here. That means that the state of Tennessee rises with the courts, with long travels, with a quick movement of energy with the Tennessee River. Okay. The Tennessee River is going over here. It can stand for river. It can stand for the pew pew, the churches. We are the Bible Belt. It's
And it's also
philosophical.
going right by Memphis where the TBI were looking. The TBI were involved. Or FBI, rather, in Memphis.
So we have a wake-up call with the investigation, churches, fires, rivers, long travels. It challenges hospitals, prisons, endings, and the tarot of this angle can represent the hangman, surrender, sacrifice, or themes with this angle. It can represent opportunities for spiritual growth. It's an investigative angle. The courts can represent the Sag energy, and I think of the Hierophant in the tarot as well. This is about perspective. It's about a teacher, learning, education, things of that nature. So it's
Higher
interesting
power.
that,
Higher power.
higher power. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So I think that it's interesting that, it's going over this area. And let me just go ahead and add St. Jude's in Memphis, because we know that he was working there. Target House, Blood Donor Research Hospital. Oh yeah, I've got plenty of SOs on the other one, but I'm not focused on the SOs anymore. I was there for a while, but I'm not anymore. Not anymore. So St. Jude's, that is a 247. So that's a 7 Sagittarius. And Sebastian is eventually going to be there because leads come in. This is where he receives information at a 248. This is where he receives information at a 248 on his life path in Sagittarius. And so it's going to be right above, just right above St. Jude's. And that angle is going to be drawn in because we receive leads. There are times where leads come in and that 830 is hitting, it's in transit, and it's just like, wow. So I'm going to put this address.
Wild.
Yeah. So I'm going to put the addresses here on that one. Let's see. I won't show this property, but there's a property here in Jackson, Mississippi that does pique my interest, not so much with the missing yet. Of course, I've got a lot more to draw, right? I got a lot more to draw in, but if we just take off the missing and only look at the natal chart, the natal lines,
Mm-hmm.
this 12th house, outer wheel, and Scorpio, this is where Sebastian meets the state of Tennessee with the 350 degree. There's a 350 degree that he connects to the state of Tennessee with. And there's a property here of the Proudfoots, their family. Some of the Proudfoot family is here in Jackson, Mississippi, and they would know who they are. I don't even have to say, but it's the same angle. It's the same conjunction here with Poseidon. There's a lot of wisdom here about the things that are hidden with the past. There is the United Cajun Navy. So his natal from the Texas Roadhouse is going right over the United Cajun Navy, which is, again, it's pretty impressive because this is coming from the Roadhouse and not.
Which would mean he didn't make it home, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, that's what it would mean. That's what that would mean if, we're just looking at the two different perspectives, right?
Yeah.
And this is where Terry Bowersox had a place of business with motor coach buses. Yeah. And this is where, so this is interesting to me because the natal Apollo in the 11th house, so this is Sebastian's natal chart. There's a lot of wisdom here with groups, with the agencies that are involved in working this case. And there is a lot of enlightenment that comes to Sebastian with a lot of warring, because Eris is the goddess of war and strife. And it's about education and children, the way that Sebastian creates. This opposition that is going over his place of business where he used to work or where he works now, I don't know, it's the same degree as the TBI. In fact, the TBI has this degree that's going north in Aries and this one that's going southwest in Libra. They have the same degrees. Like Sebastian is connecting with the TBI on this angle, going into New Orleans, Mississippi, but then going up here in Louisville, Kentucky, into Fort Wayne and Ohio and Michigan. I think that's very interesting because, yeah. And look, the people that I've been talking about, the fire starter in Virginia, look at that. I mean, now we're going right over it, y'all. Now we're going to go right over it.
That's the general's house, right? We're talking about.
Wake up call with investigation and communication goes all the way to Virginia and France. So I've taken this angle all the way out because this is where the investigator was Sebastian in his natal chart, his 7th house of relationship. We're talking about two people. We're talking about cameras, ring cameras, communications, siblings. Yeah. Yeah. And we do know that there are, Proudfoots that live here. We also know that there are, Katie and Chris both have family that goes out here. So we know, and I'm not saying that they have anything to do with it. I'm just saying that is what I'm talking about when it comes to looking at this map from the Texas Roadhouse, because we're looking at the map from the Texas Roadhouse, y'all, and it's going right there. And that's where, it should be going. So I'm really hesitant now, unless the police would come out and just show us. I'm hesitant now to believe that he ever made it home, because these lines are just telling too good of a story. That's
I think it's more.
And guess what?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
No, I was just going to ask you. So you think this is a more telling map that needs more focus than the prior map? Okay. Can I just ask you, does anything else other than the one to Juneau go to Alaska, or just the Juneau?
Let's look. So far, because I've still got so much work. Let me tell you about this one real quick. So the landfill, this is where there is limits and obstacles with Sebastian. Limits and obstacles with Sebastian, with what is hidden with groups in the 3rd house of communication. So there would be something unusual that they're looking for here. I don't think that they're looking for Sebastian per se. I think that they're looking for some type of networking, some type of receipt, because Saturn is here. And this Saturn is going right here. It's going through, let's see. What is that? That looks like a news. What is that? Let's see what this is. Hold on. It's not going to pull up. This Saturn angle what is that? Where are we at?
This looks like a big drop-off parking lot.
Is it Walmart?
Yeah.
No, that's Lowe's. Okay, so that's Lowe's. That's Lowe's. Okay, so I'm going to mark that because this is interesting that Lowe's would be right here on the Saturn line. Just, you know, oh, let me cap it. A receipt. So I would be looking, if he left from the Texas Roadhouse. So the first business that we're going to come to is, you know, other than these right here that are very close. Let's see what this is. So we got Culver's right there. There's limits and obstacles for him. So we got Lowe's, and then we've got Sam's. What is that? Something cakes, nothing cakes, or something like that. So there's a cake. There's Culver's. Family urgent care. Okay, so there's a Saturn. And that Saturn is what? It's a medical group. Could it be something having to do with shoes? Is there a shoe store? There's a hotel. There's McDonald's. Okay. There's the Greenway. Let's see. Hey, y'all. Welcome in. What is... All right, where are we at here? What business is this? It's a big fat something. Well, is this Lowe's again? Hold on.
That building is interesting. The gloss structure. What is that?
Okay, so Walmart. So this is Walmart. Yeah. Okay, so this is Walmart. All right, so I'm going to mark this just because this is a Saturn line, and I want to make sure that we're looking at the different businesses around here just in case they come up at a later day. This would, of course, be Walmart too. It's going over the Walmart. Okay. Saturn is going to, the Saturn indicator, you know, it's about work. It's about dad. It's about things that can slow you down. So we're going, let me go back. Hey, Junie. Glad y'all can make it in, y'all. Okay, so the Saturn is going to go through Alabama, down here to Costa Rica, down to Peru. We know that the Bowersox went to Puerto Rico, and now we have a natal line that is going right over Puerto Rico, which we didn't before.
Oh
And
my
this is where
God.
his south node is. So the south lunar node of fate, where he's already been, where he's been before, it's in good standing with his sun and how he shines, going far. It could be about immigration, another country, another place, but far, okay? And that's Puerto Rico. I mean, I just can't make it
Yeah.
up. I really can't. Can't make it up. The only, he does have his north node of fate. So his south node is going to Puerto Rico. North node is coming up here into Canada and Alaska. And this is where this would be more probably going up toward that associate that that I found of KP's.
The one that
That I'll
works
have
in
to add on
residential
later.
housing.
No,
Okay.
It's actually a man.
Okay.
But some of the associates, whether it's on public records for Seth, or I've seen cases be solved with the associate address. And so I've started, since I noticed that, I did start to add those addresses in. Hey, Smack Talker. I haven't seen you in a while. So guess who house this is in Colorado? Dog the bounty
No.
hunter.
No.
And you see how this is telling a story though, and from the Texas Roadhouse, I just think it's a better map. I really do think that this is a better map. Because look, it's going right over his home. This is about the dad's values with responsibility, accountability, and there is a magnetism here with the law enforcement, with agencies in the 11th house of groups. So if we look at that angle, where is that going with dog? Let's look at this a little bit, going a little bit closer here. This one right here. I mean, has it yet to show itself? Or do I have any other map, But there is something here. There is a challenge for dog. And the challenge is going this direction over Indian Lake. And this is looks like a marina.
That's right. That's the marina. Isn't that right by Rock Castle? Hang on. Is that the marina by Rock Castle?
I don't remember if this is the one by Rock Castle. I'd have to pull up the address again, but this is Hey Town Chat Cafe. Good to see you. Oh, there it is. Creekwood Marina. So this is Creekwood Marina. The 11th house of group. So this is what is challenging dog. Leaving from the Texas Roadhouse,
Saunders Ferry Road.
Yeah, and it's going all the way. It's going down into Brandywine, Hermitage. Some of you locals that may know some of these places. It's going by Nashborough Village, Edge of Lake, Antioch, Cane Ridge Park, Nolensville. Then we're getting out into Paytonsville, Bethesda. And we're going to go all down into Alabama. Let's see if I have any addresses.
And it's directly across from Rock's Castle, like diagonal, by the way, from Rock Castle.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's interesting
Okay.
because when I was looking, when Terry Lynn was at Rock Castle and I was looking at the water, I felt across. Remember, I said I felt energy across from
Yeah.
Rock Castle. So this is very interesting for me.
Yeah, I think so too. This, I added Seth in. I've got one angle of his so far on the map just to see, and he wasn't going over the landfill before, and now he is. Now he is, and it's with his eighth house, South Node in Aquarius. So where he's been with the fate, there's a fate here. The other map didn't have him being fated with now he is. Now he is. Let me turn off Seth. I want you to notice something. Look right here. This is Seth. I'm going to take Seth off. There's Katie. This line and Seth and Katie share this line. So the outer wheel for Seth in the ninth house of higher learning, long travels, things that, with this landfill. Oh, that's the vertex. Remember, that's the intensity. There's an intense experience that's coming in the future when they leave the roadhouse, the South Node where Seth has been with the groups. That's us. We are the groups. Groups that searched at the landfill. That's where he's fated as well. But Katie is also here. And so his South Node is her North Node. His North Node is in Leo, but her North Node is in Aquarius. So North Nodes, the nodes of fate, anytime anybody talks about the nodes, just know that there's a lot of fate going down. It's going down, right? So where she is fated with groups, he is also fated with groups. It's just that one of them should be going one way, one direction. She is going this direction and he is going the opposite. He's going to a school. He's going to Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico makes a lot of sense too, because they probably likely I would have heard nothing about Sebastian in Puerto Rico. It would be way easier to hide him somewhere like that.
Right. So let me see if I have anybody else right here.
Very interesting, John. Very interesting.
Yeah, I haven't added Tennessee in with the Aquarius just yet. But I do want to also look at this one. Because whereas the lines weren't going over Chris's sister, Melissa, now they are. Now they are. And it's the Mercury in Pisces. What is the Mercury in Pisces? It's about the media. It's about the breath, the thinking. Pisces and Mercury is, it could be where, they're talking about God. They're talking about spirituality. But the problem is that when you look at the natal chart, and I haven't drawn him in here just yet, there's a low point that he has here. The lowest point that he has with mom and home in Pisces goes over her house. And now the missing is going over her house. And that's alarming to me because it used to not be going over her house. It was going to the right. It was going more to the right, to the east of her home. But the missing event, and if you think about Mercury too, Mercury is about siblings, right? It's in the third house of communications. It's in the third house of communication. So I'm going to come up and I'm going to show you this angle right here. That missing palace that is going to Horn Lake, there's an angle with Pallas in Sagittarius, and it's squaring the sun. So the sun, Mercury, Saturn, all of that is going over her home, which is interesting because they're siblings. Mercury rules the third house of communications and siblings. So there is a square here with the sun and how she is shining with her brother.
So I'm just going to see if I can put it in layman's terms here, if that's okay, just to make sure I'm understanding. In other words, Melissa and Chris might have had a conversation about what to do with Sebastian, hypothetically, and Melissa has some involvement. Is that what we're saying?
Well, I mean, I think that if the law enforcement has, yeah, I think that that's exactly what we're saying. If the law enforcement didn't do their due diligence and check her devices, then that's a problem.
Right.
There could be something on her devices or her husband's devices, her kids' devices. There's something here because there is the investigation. The investigator with long travels is going over the campground.
Well, we know they didn't take Seth's phone, so they likely didn't take Melissa's.
Well, they did take Seth's phone.
Oh, okay. Who was it? Who was it? Oh, that's right. But who was it he was saying they didn't look into?
Well, he's saying that they didn't, as far as he knows, that the family members and the friends haven't been looked into.
Okay.
They haven't had, that he knows. I mean, he could be wrong and they're just not telling him everything, but there's
right.
With this angle, leaving from the Texas Roadhouse, we do have to wonder what this challenge is with Chris and Melissa, because there is a behavior that is going over her house and over the campground. There is something that is going to have to be figured out here with the law enforcement.
The campground that Chris stayed at when he was at work with his RV?
That's a good question, Town Chat Cafe. Did they take his phone? I would think that they did. Yeah, so where he allegedly has his RV at this campground,
wild,
is challenging her house. It's challenging her home. And I think that that's significant. That's probably one of the most significant challenges, knowing that the lowest point for Sebastian, and the lowest point for him is a 4 Pisces. So it's a 334. Let's see. It's going to be about right here. So she's a 335 and he's going to be right there at a 334.
Okay.
Shit. Let me draw it in real quick if I can. Let me just go up a little bit. Be right there. So this, well, no, it won't be. Hold on. Put it right over there.
Is that line going right over the address that I was giving you? Looks like it's close. On its way to Puerto Rico.
So this is Sebastian's lowest point. And do you see how it goes over her house?
Hey, Seth.
Do you see how it goes over her house? Hey, Seth. I don't know if you've been watching, but I have been doing this map from the Roadhouse. But look, it goes right over her house, doesn't it? That's his lowest point, y'all. Your lowest point at home with mom, especially in Pisces, could be about medicines. It could be about anything having to do with this spirituality, anything that is Piscean with prisons and hospitals and, things of that nature. So the square that we are seeing, and I'm going to go ahead and take that off because I haven't drawn it in yet. I don't know what angle I'm going to want to look at that from, but the fact that we have this angle with Chris that is, at the campground. Let me put it up here. I think that's so significant to me, It's
Hmm.
very significant. And then this is Michael Proudfoot's home. So we have an angle with Melissa. Strike and spare, not really. The strike and spare is actually coming down on this one. I'm focused on this one. I'm focused on this angle here. So I want to show you, we got the beach market on this angle. We got Melissa, shit. So on this angle, we've got beach market. We got Melissa's. We got Michael's. And then that angle comes all the way down to where the campground is in South Haven, Mississippi. So you're not feeling good, Seth? Still not feeling good? Yeah, it is crazy. He is in PR. Do you think he's in a group home adopted with a relative? Do y'all feel he is still with? I do. I think that he is. Um, I think that Sebastian is still with us. I do. I
I
mean,
think he
maybe I'm.
might be in a group home too, Jen. Like, I
Yeah, he
don't
could be
know.
in a group home.
Well, I just want to say, like, my neighbor that's, I just found out yesterday, psychic medium. I showed him a picture of like Sebastian. He isn't tapped in yet, but his best friend has a group home with 8 autistic children. What are the chances? I just,
Wow.
I, I don't like, sometimes things are not coincidental, so
Yeah.
I'm just, that's to me, like a group home with 8 autistic children. It's, I just, that blew me away this morning. So I'm like, I'm really feeling like a residential home is maybe a really good, it's just, it's a very good possibility.
I
That's just
agree.
my 2 cents.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So what we're going to do here with this natal, let's see, that's going to be a 22. So that's going to ride up a little bit. But yeah, we could be looking in maybe like, we could even be looking in France. Hell, I mean, with those relationships and that, because we're going all the way from Virginia into France. You know,
What's
if
your
that answers
instinct
your
tell
question
you?
down to okay.
What does your instinct tell you, Jen? Like, just if you were to just, based on the charts and your gut instinct, Virginia, Alaska, and I hate to do this to you, but I'm just really curious right now at this point, Puerto Rico. Which of the 3? Virginia, Alaska, Puerto Rico.
Oh gosh, I don't know.
You don't
I
know?
still, I mean, shit. Sometimes I wonder about Canada. Sometimes I wonder about Canada because Canada and Sebastian have a natal degree in their chart, and it's Sebastian's moon. His moon in the 4th house in Aries is going into Canada. And
Hmm.
Canada, when Canada's in transit, so is Sebastian. And it's hard for me to differentiate sometimes, and I just haven't been able to solidify and say, okay, this is the number one hotspot for me yet.
Okay.
As
Okay.
I
So
build it,
we have work to do to narrow it down so we can do a road trip.
that's right.
Right? Like,
That's
because as
right.
soon as we get in
That's
a
right.
location, I'm going to do a road trip. I don't care if it's Puerto Rico, but I find also France interesting because of that woman that sent me the email swearing that she saw him on a cruise ship in Europe.
And I mean, who knows, right? Who knows? We're looking
I
for a needle
know.
on a haystack, and we're trying to get the story right and try to figure out where he could be found. So the reason why I've got these lines coming down into Peru is because one of the court dates Right. Sebastian is missing, not deceased. The fact that he has been missing for so long just means he has more of an area to observe. That's right. What you said, Seth. What you said, Buds. I will look at the Proudfits home hardware in Canada. I heard it on another channel. Yes, with Jack and Lily's. That's where you heard it. But look, y'all, the reason why I took these down into Peru is because I know that one of the people that is coming hard against Seth has just went to Peru. That's the reason why I've brought him all the way down, because I just don't trust that person. And we do see that the angle with Saturn is coming here. We do see that, there is definitely a lot of missing lines.
Okay.
Yeah. And
can I ask you, Jen, another question? I'm sorry to keep interrupting. I'm just trying to narrow it down as you go in my brain, because my vision that I had, the latest vision of Sebastian, was near water. He was playing, but he was like restricted a little bit. In other words, somebody caring for him, but he's not like free. But he was playing and it was clear by the water. So the one that goes to Virginia to France, is that on the water, near the water? Because Peru, the line here is right by the ocean.
I mean, yeah, I think that this is
like the Paris one. Is it right on the ocean, the line? I'm not trying to derail you, sweetie. I'm sorry.
So you're going from here to over here?
Yeah, that's not on the water, is it?
Yeah, that would be on the water. I mean, it could be. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. I just thought it maybe landed more inland, but okay.
Yeah, this could be on the water.
Okay. Okay.
So Portugal. Let me pull up Portugal. I thought that person went to Peru, but maybe it was Portugal. And this is the reason why I have to get these lines coming all the way out, because damn, you just don't know. You just don't know. I was thinking it was Peru. So that would be this one, the Divine Justice. So the Divine Justice would be going that way. In between Portugal, Spain. Okay. All right. Let me just make sure. And I'll get let's look at that angle. So that angle is going up into Anchorage, Alaska. Anchorage, Alaska. With Portugal. I was thinking that person went to Peru, but it could be Portugal. But look at that. That Saturn is coming down. Saturn is also going down over right there by San Jose in Costa Rica.
Been there.
Panama.
Yeah. Panama, been there. Yeah.
Interesting.
I know, Juniper. Anything's possible, but the whole point of this is to narrow it down. Sorry.
Yeah, it is to narrow it down. Got to put the work in, for sure.
Yep.
Got to put the work in. So I'm going to put these here and turn these addresses off. I still haven't found a good place that I like in Alabama. The states that were showing up were, of course, Mississippi. Mississippi was definitely showing up in the transits, and we know why they're showing up with the transits, but there's the TBI is where they receive leads. But yeah, I just wanted to come on for a little bit and, let y'all know that I am definitely working this map, looking at the different angles, and the main angle that I'm looking at is this one that is going to the campground and over Michael Profit's home, going over Beach Market into the to Melissa's house.
And where does
That's the
it go
most
from there?
interesting because this
Like
is
as
an
far as,
investigative angle.
but what
Then it
location
goes
would that
up
bring
and
us to?
well, so if I'm looking for a perpetrator or someone that is involved in something like this, and I'm looking at this angle, then I'm going to have to put him into the chart.
Okay.
Where is his Neptune going? Where can we find another angle with him and his sister?
Okay.
Because I think that him and his sister are going to, that angle with him and her and the communications could show us where he could be found. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I had an idea last night. I'm just gonna, and then I'll zip it and mute myself. I don't know if Seth's still in the chat, obviously with his permission, but I thought, what is keeping us, all of us, from sending a flyer of Sebastian to every YouTube channel we possibly can, which would be worldwide, and asking them to feature on their channel Missing Sebastian's poster for like 30 seconds a few times for us?
To everybody on YouTube?
Well, I mean, as many as we can get. If we all collectively, like every mod, every viewer, everybody just pick a topic. Like I like gardening. I'll email YouTube channels and ask them if they'll feature Sebastian's Missing Flyer on their channel. Like, it can't friggin' hurt. It was just a thought.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So we can get more views on his face.
Yeah, like I've got people from Africa and Australia and people that watch worldwide, and that's just one small channel. What if we blow this up? It was just a thought.
Yeah, I think it's a great thought. You've got great thoughts, Leanne.
Well, it's to execute it. So we'll talk offline, and if that's in agreement, I think I would be willing to, for hours and hours every day, just freaking message anybody that's willing to put the flyer out there. Let's blow this puppy up, is what I say. It's time to bring him home,
Right.
So
yeah,
I don't know.
I agree.
Let me know. I'll talk offline. Sorry to bring that up, but I wanted to not forget, because anyway, keep going, honey. I'm going to mute now and let you be.
Agree. No, I agree. I mean, I totally agree. I want to also show, let's see, that Sumner County Sheriff's Office holds the same line as the Bowersox property. And I haven't put the notes in yet, but the missing Sedna, I don't know if anybody has ever been around me when cases get solved, and I could be talking about Sedna. And Sedna is very strong energy. And when there is time, when the timing is right, with these missing cases, there is a letting go. When that letting go comes, that person can be found, if that makes sense. So let me say that again. So I have a missing Sedna in Taurus. That's a critical degree. It's a 29 critical anaretic degree. In astrology, the 29 is critical. This is critical. In the 9th house, so we're talking about long travels, courts. And it's with communications with two people. It's with communications. And it's also, Taurus is about money. It's about values, things that we own, things that we possess. And of course, I haven't put those notes in there, but that's what those notes are going to say. Venus rules Taurus. So this is where we're looking for the money. I'm looking for money with courts. I'm looking for a letting go of money here. The state of Tennessee is also there. This is where they descend with relationships. The state of Tennessee descends here. in Sagittarius with communications, meaning the state, not the county, the state, the feds of Tennessee, the troopers, the state troopers, the state. This is where they descend here. The natal. So this is Freedom Church. This is where Sebastian descends.
Freedom
So
Church?
the state of Tennessee. Yeah. So the state of Tennessee is descending here. And Sebastian descends in Taurus here. The 26 Taurus, any astrologer can tell you, the 26th degree in Taurus is all about conspiracy. It's about a conspiracy with money, with values. The conspiracy would be the 26th degree is called Algol. It's a fixed star Algol. It's about losing one's head. About the conspiracy, y'all. And the conspiracy would be with Freedom Church. Isn't that a trip, Leanne?
Well, there's a Freedom frickin' Church we were just looking at in Alaska. A residential group home.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's a group home in Alaska, yeah. So that could represent that where he descends here with relationships. And he is descending with relationships. Sebastian, let's see, where does he rise? He rises going this way through Ashland City. He rises here. And it's north of Memphis, going into Oklahoma. But this is where he rises, going into New Mexico, Arizona, right straight to San Diego. So he rises in San Diego, but he is definitely descending. He's descending here. And we're going into Kentucky, into West Virginia, Pennsylvania. And a lot of the courts, people that are involved with the courts is also in Pennsylvania, right? Where they had whatever it was that was going on with the laws.
Nick the Hat. The people. Yeah. Well, isn't Nick the Hat from Pennsylvania?
Granny and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So
I think he is.
Granny and all them, that's where this is where he descends. So he descends with relationships with money, with people suing each other. That's where he descends. So to think that he is having a great service, we're doing him a great service with all the lawsuits. No, that's not the case, especially going this direction through Kentucky into Pennsylvania. He descends with relationships in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because it's taking the focus away from finding him. What?
Yep, he descends. And so this line goes all the way to Pennsylvania.
Yep.
And then we are looking at the border of New Hampshire and Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
And then those two are going to go, that's going to go just south of Iceland.
What kind of letting go examples, Jen? I'm just looking at Rosebud's comment here. Someone else said that recently letting go and he will be found. Are we talking about like KP letting go of her need to keep a secret? Like that's the kind of stuff we're talking about in the letting go? Like does somebody finally break down and confess?
So,
what kind of...
Okay, so let me explain what letting go and he will be found. Someone said that recently, letting go and he will be found. Okay, so Sedna, let me just show you Sedna.
Sorry, Jen.
No, you're fine.
I'm a chatter, can you tell? I like to dig deep. It's like,
So
uh,
this is Sedna. Sedna is at a 29 degree. When they're leaving the Texas Roadhouse, she is at a 29 degree in Taurus. And that's what we're looking at, right? We're looking shake up and Sedna. This is where Sebastian is descending between this conjunction. He descends here. When I say a letting go, Sedna's story is that it's about betrayal. Her dad betrays her, and she is forced to let go of the boat. And then she goes all the way to the bottom of the sea floor and she becomes one of the sea creatures. And then she realizes that letting go isn't so bad, that being a part of the sea, being a part of the whole, the letting go with Sedna is where she releases herself from the material world, you know?
so she
When I
decides that
see
the money
people,
and KP's relationship with her isn't worth it. I'm just trying to put it into real context. Like,
I'm going to, yeah,
okay,
I'm trying my best. So
okay.
I have seen throughout the years where, like, for instance, there was a woman that had went into the river, went into the water, and I was looking for her, and I told my friend, I said, she's about to let go. She is going to let go. I think she's going to be found soon. And she texted me 5 minutes later and she says she was just pulled from the water. Sedna doesn't mean that you have to be pulled from the water. It means that there are times where we have to let go. We have to let go, let God. And sometimes a body, if it's deceased or if it's not deceased, it will let go and it will become known. So let's say that one day he decides to let go. Let's look at his chart. And I say, it looks like he could be letting go. Look at his Sedna. His Sedna is a 20 degree in Taurus. So if I see a 2036 degree in Taurus and I say he could be letting go, it could be that he's letting go of something that is his, like he lets go of a receipt, he lets go of his phone, he lets go of something of ownership, and then he's found. I don't know if that makes sense or not,
So
but
it's more a material than an emotional
yeah.
potentially.
Yes, when I see Sedna, I'm thinking that there could be a letting go.
Okay.
And the body can be found, whether it's deceased or alive.
Well, energetically, it makes sense. Like, that's also why I stepped away from the case. Energetically, when you want something too badly out of a desperation, it's negative energy working against you. It's coming from lack versus trust. So could it be emotional too? Like, I'm going to trust in his being found, not pound against the energy because that's a force working against me because it comes from desperation versus trust. So
Right.
it might relate to, you tell me if I'm off track. It might also relate to Seth needing to trust we're going to find him. Is that possible? You tell me.
I think so. Yeah. I
Okay.
think so. So, I want to make sure that I explain because Sedna is, if we think about Sedna, she is at the outer, our solar system. She is on the outer banks. She's past Pluto. She is on the outer banks. She's what we could even call a gatekeeper of the of our solar system. She's the gatekeeper. Once she opens up that gate, though, all kinds of all kinds of space dust can come in through Sedna. All of this, where on the map, this 20 to 26 degrees would be in Taurus, it's all going up toward Pennsylvania, where we have a lot of activity going on with money in the courts. And this is where he is descending with relationships, where he lets go of a burden with money. And that is him natally. We know that he's not suing anyone, but it's all in the name of Sebastian. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So eventually,
So
there's
also
going to
maybe
have to be-
dropping the lawsuit too could be part of this let go.
Yeah, and if we don't want to think of it with Pennsylvania, we can move on in to New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, New Brunswick, because we are looking for Sebastian. So could he be found in one of these, in one of these places? And that's where we're going to come back and go, damn, he let go. He let go. Okay. I mean, he let go in Maine, of the material, and he came forth and said, hey, I'm Sebastian. I'm not missing. Could that be how he lets go? Yeah, it could be. I'm not missing. Please get me off. I'm trying to, get my social security card or something like, I don't know.
Right. Well, I know tapping into his energy seems like sad, like he wants to be going home to his dad right now. That's makes a lot of sense from what I tapped into his energy recently. He really misses dad. He wants to be home.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, when is he going to call and say, hey, I'm sick and tired of this shit. What's going on? I don't know what he was
to
told.
me. Yeah. Yeah. Like,
this
is a temporary thing, Sebastian, and it's not turning into temporary is what, right? Like as a thought.
Right. So I don't know some of you have been here with me since the beginning, have been looking at the old map the map from Stafford Court. If you compare what we've talked about before and now we look at it in this light, what do y'all think? Does this make more sense to you, or does the other one make more sense? I would be really interested to hear your feedback on that. I mean, it's not like we can go down. Well, I mean, we can go down to the Stafford Court. Let's go to Stafford. I'm just curious to see what y'all think. If you think that there is, so this is Warsham's Beach Market. This is the Stafford Court. So this is where the Saturn in Virgo that's going south is fated with his Neptune. This Neptune that is going all the way to the landfill. We're going closer. Let's go ahead and turn on. We can see Kellen here. We see the house right here with the ring camera. This is the car residence right here.
Yeah, Rosebud, it's the opposite, I would say. I would say it's believing in a higher power and the collective. It's letting go is not in desperation, it's in trust and faith.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean giving up hope. It means the opposite. It's about having faith in a higher power and a collective community, and that we're going to bring him home in a way that is like certain, not desperate.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, April, you've seen this. What do you think? I mean, which map are you connecting with here? I mean, I know we just now started talking about this one, so you may not have an opinion just yet, but I mean, I know you've been seeing it time and time again. Well, Town Chat Cafe, the lines are color coded. So the missing is green, the red is the natal, the blue is the state of Tennessee. They're all color coded. Yeah, it is very interesting.
I like the other one for the ring cameras, but this one, I don't know. I'm still stuck on that Juno. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I think the fact that both charts lead to Juno is very interesting.
Right. I think that this is also interesting too, because if we think, well, Sebastian, he was going to be, when he left the Texas Roadhouse, he wasn't going to be going to this school anymore. He was going to be going somewhere else, right? And so the conjunction that is over the school with Vulcan conjunct Mercury in Pisces with the sixth house of health, this is the same conjunction that's going over Melissa's house.
Yeah.
These right here, all of this is going over Melissa's house.
Mm-hmm.
This is a middle school. This is, I think, something, it's Hunter Middle School. I don't remember, but this is a middle school. This is Warsham's. This is where the Saturn is going from the Roadhouse. So the Roadhouse, the missing event from the Roadhouse, this is where there's limits and obstacles with the law enforcement because it's sextile Jupiter in the 8th house. It's about the investigation with Jupiter, the justice, the law, the courts.
Mm-hmm.
And they allegedly didn't get anything from Beach Market. They weren't able to, allegedly, they were not able to get any type of video, right? So that could be why that there is a slowdown here. But we should be looking at a business for Saturn. And that's exactly what we're finding is a business. This is a business. That's where Saturn is going. And then the state of Tennessee, Pluto in the 3rd house of communications. This is their Pluto. This is Pluto. But it opposes how they shine. So if we only just look at that one and go, okay, well, how can Tennessee shine? Can they just shine? Can they show up and show out and do something for Sebastian and shine? Well, they could shine at Walmart. They could shine at Lowe's. They could shine online. And it goes all the way down. And I'm going to have to look at any of the addresses that I have on this angle. But it goes down into Florida. Yep, San Juan. Cayman Islands. Let's see. Hold up. There's Cancun.
Something about Cancun too is interesting.
Veracruz.
I think I'm going to rule Virginia out in my brain for now. I just don't see them wanting to care for them. Like I
don't know. I can't rule Virginia out because he matches Virginia too much in so many different ways. And the missing, the natal, Katie, they're all going right there. They're all right there. And what a beautiful hotspot that would be. It would be a great hotspot right here.
Okay.
I just don't
see
think
that family wanting to watch them and take care of them.
I don't think so either. I don't either. But those same, that same beautiful hotspot could go to France too. I don't see how he could get out of the country, but who knows? I mean, it's all about who you know and how much money you have. I mean, God, look at all the shit that's coming out.
It happens every day. Like every day. I used to take my kids with my ex-husband. I traveled a lot with my ex-husband, and I always had a note. And all the years I traveled with them, I was only ever asked once for a permission note from their dad that I was traveling, and my ex gave me permission once in all the years I traveled with my kids. So nothing would surprise me.
Krista, let me show you. When you say, where would you begin? Well, you begin here. You begin at the Texas Roadhouse. That's where you start. And if you wanted to, if you just wanted to go through these missing energies first and narrow it down, you could be like, okay, so we're leaving the Texas Roadhouse. Okay, this is where they would be leaving. They drive out. They drive out of the parking lot. Drive out the parking lot here. So if we're leaving and going this way, we're coming back down. Which way does she go? What would be the way that she would go? So would she come down and go out, then come up Indian Lake, get on Vietnam Vets, or would she take Drake's Creek? Would she get on Vietnam Vets here? Would she get off right here and go up Highway 258? There's a gas station here. Stop 30 Road. Or would she take Drake's Creek? So, we can look at it like that and just try to analyze and see what we could come up with. So would she go this way and then come back down? We're going to drive out.
We're coming down.
We're going to tell a story. There's the communications. Here's communications here. We're talking to someone here. Is she on the phone? Is it just them two talking? There's a letting go with the burden here, with values, with possessions, things that we own. It's critical here.
And that's with Melissa?
This is the missing. I'm just talking to Krista about where we're leaving. No, nothing about Melissa right now.
Okay, sorry. I thought you said she lets go. Okay.
Well, it's the missing event, so there's a letting go here. And then we're learning something. And so if we're thinking about Sebastian leaving the Roadhouse, not going home, what are we trying to understand here, right? We're trying to understand him not going home. So there's communications here because this is Gemini. Vesta is the flame of life. There's something that we're talking about again. We're bringing something else. We're bringing something up that we were talking about. Now we're talking about it again. There's a letting go of the burden with the communications.
So a transfer of Sebastian to somebody else. That's the transfer of Sebastian to somebody else. Is what I'm just. Yeah.
Huh? What were you
Sorry,
saying?
honey. I just energetically, I'm just thinking of when the mob crew showed the video of her putting an earpiece in, and she was getting instructions for a location. I'm wondering if this is the drop-off point of the letting go, where Sebastian was taken by somebody else from here.
Could be. So then we have a shakeup here. So there's some type of shakeup with Uranus on this angle, and we can go far out and look at all these places, right? Like we have been. There's a shakeup here. There's something unexpected here. And it's with the relationship, with health. We're learning about something. It could be with Jupiter. It could be about a long travel. The missing North Node in Aries is going this way, and it's faded with so there's a lot of disordered aggression here. It's faded with a lot of warring and disordered aggression. This line wouldn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Then there is a outer wheel. There's the missing. So all of these green lines, all we're talking about is the missing. But the missing isn't from Stafford. It's from the Roadhouse, I don't know that mob crew would have her exact route unless she told him which route she went. I don't know how he could have her exact route unless she has told someone. And if y'all find that out that she told exactly where she went and which road she took, let me know. Um, but there's a value house there. This is all about values, and the things that are hidden with the investigation are going to be right through here. So now I'm wondering,
I'd put a
did
big
she go
effing
this way or did
circle
she
on
go this
that
way?
on
Yeah,
that
now I'm
building.
thinking that she might have,
Yeah,
I'm thinking
north.
that she would have went up here and then went to the west on Vietnam vets. No, hold on. This is saying that way. So she would come up here. Hold on. Where would she get on Vietnam vets? She would go. She would come up here. Would she come up here and then take this and go that way? Yeah. Okay. So we're on the, yeah. So if she did take Vietnam vets, then she would go this way. Yeah. Okay. So do y'all understand what I'm saying? She would have had to, if she took Vietnam vets, she's going to come out here. She's going to go this way. She's going to loop around to go that way on Vietnam vets. And then she's going to take the next exit. If that's the case, if this is the route that she went, then she's going to take this exit and she's going to come this way. Right? So she's going to take this exit. Make sure I'm looking. And she's going to go this way. Straight up. And that means if that's the way that she went, then it's this store, this BP that she's going to pass. Right there. So she would still be going this way.
Is she going towards Memphis?
There's a car wash here. She's going toward her house. No,
Okay.
this is not toward Memphis. So this is the gas station. I mean, that's the car wash. Then there's the BP. There's a gas station. So did the law enforcement get any type of, did they see anything here where she's passing by? I don't know, but I do know that this line is the outer wheel, the fifth house outer wheel. And the fifth house is about kids. It's Leo, but that fifth house outer wheel is in Capricorn. Capricorn should be a business, right? There's a business here. It's Capricorn. This is Capricorn. And it's about the fifth house of kids, the outer wheel. And we're right between the BP and the gas station. So I do wonder about that. I do wonder if she would have stopped there, if she just went straight home, if there was any type of evidence video found here, because this Capricorn could be a good leadership line. And because, it just is. Then we keep going. And we have the missing fifth house Venus. So now we have the Venus and the Mars conjunct in conversation. And it's about the future video of the car. The future video of the car. So do we have anybody here that would have the Ring cameras? So obviously the police probably did not take any type of video. Probably didn't. Let me make sure that I'm going the right way. Yep. So let's look here. What is that? I don't know. They've got a sign in there. I don't know. Looks like they may have a shop. This could be maybe a body shop. Looks like it's private property. We got one. Looks like we might have 4. Interesting. So this is some type of business. These lines are going over. And you just wondered, would these people have pulled their ring camera too? Would the police have went down there and said, hey, do you have any ring camera? Just to see if this is what they were, to compare it with whatever it was that she had in her car that told a story about her and Sebastian going home. And they believe he made it home because of that. Would they have double checked to make sure that she's not pulling the wool over their eyes?
No, probably not.
I mean, they are tech people. So we do have a lot. There's an intensity here.
Krista, you're going to have to follow it the way Jen does.
Yeah, you can't. There's no way to put the angle. We're just looking at the angle of the behavior that was taking place when he left the roadhouse. We can't just put him in order. If you want to put him in order, then you would go, okay, if you wanted to try to do something like that, you could be like, well, how could we do this in an orderly fashion? You would say, okay, well, it rises in Virgo. So we're rising. Let me show you. See, we're rising at a 17, which this is very interesting to me. 17, rising. Here we are. So we would say, okay, we're rising here. And this would begin the rising in Virgo. And so that's what we've been doing. We've been telling that story. So we started here. We're working our way around. And we've worked our way around until we get to up here. Because this is where we're thinking that she went. But if she went up Drake's Creek, which I don't think she would have, but if she did, she went all the way up there and then crossed. I don't think she did. I think the quickest way would have been to get on Vietnam Vets, get off the next exit and go through New Shackle. So we're basically telling that story, okay? If that makes sense. So we start out in Virgo. This is where it's rising, and we're going around the clock. But we got to come back because we're still on New Shackle. Still on New Shackle. So when we come up here, there's the Saturn in Pisces conjunct Jupiter. And what is this? This is, let me go ahead and mark it. This is Long Hollow Baptist. Oh, shit. Let me cap it. There we go. Limits and obstacles with this conjunction. Actually, this angle it sextiles Jupiter on Big Station Camp. Big Station Camp. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that I marked that because that is, if she's coming up 258, she is passing Long Hollow. And then she's passing Long Hollow Baptist Church, and then she's going to take a left, right? She should be taking a left right here on Long Hollow. Let me just show you, because this is the angle that is challenging with Chris's campground and his sister Melissa. This is it right here. As soon as she makes this turn.
So that might be really evidentiary, is what I feel like you're saying.
Yeah.
Right on that road. Right? Okay. What road is that?
That's correct.
What's the street, honey?
So she would be getting off of 258, and she would be taking a left on Long Hollow before she, she's going to go past this school, and that's before she takes a right into her subdivision right here. Okay. So that's what I'm going to show you. So right here is the Saturn. We got limits and obstacles here. Why? Do they have any cameras? I don't know, but there's limits and obstacles here. And she's going to go straight. And she's going to go past the school, and she's going to take a right into her subdivision. So we got Saturn. Then this is the challenge with the sun is shining here in Pisces. And it's given a shakeup with Chris. This is where we really look at this investigative angle from 258 to Long Hollow. There's communications about the school. God's will is being done. There's communications about the school. Now we have an intensity that's coming in the future. And I say it's coming in the future because it's in Aquarius, and it would be.
Krista, not necessarily, because these Google Maps are not always up to date, right? So.
Correct. Well, this one has been, because the new subdivision showing up where it used to not. But isn't this interesting too, that this is when they leave the Texas Roadhouse, there's an intensity that's coming with groups in the future, especially with the networking and videos. Mm-hmm. And she turns right here.
Is that the Ring Camera House?
Exactly where she's turning to go up
Cut out, honey.
To go to her home.
I can't hear you, Jen. I don't know if anybody else can.
There's none, Jeff. Jeff says no. There's none. Looking. Nope, there's none. Let me make sure. There is none. So no cameras. No cameras. But that investigative angle with Chris and his sister is right here, right there at that intersection. Just interesting. Right there. And then it goes on up to this middle school. The Saturn, of course, is here with Long Hollow Baptist Church. Yeah, no cameras. Nope, no cameras. It is crazy. It's crazy. All right. Anything that y'all would like to see before I, let's see, put that addresses. Is there anything you'd like to see, Leanne?
Yeah, can we go back to Juneau? Let me go back to the line that goes to
Yeah.
Juneau. I'll see if I get any energy. What I would like to know is, can you overlap the ring camera lines on this map? Is that a possibility?
No.
No? Okay.
No, because Stafford. I mean, I can show you the other map so you can see what I'm talking about, because it's, if we're leaving from the Texas Roadhouse, that's where everything has to begin.
Right.
Once I
Right.
add in the Tennessee and TBI coming up over that subdivision. So if we look at the subdivision and think about the ring cameras and those houses that have the ring cameras.
Yeah.
And if we add in, the state of Tennessee, we can see that the missing is kind of going over some of the neighbors' homes. Like, shit, let me go back. So if we look at Tennessee, TBI, and Katy, I haven't drawn in Tennessee here yet, but we can definitely see Katy is going over her home from there.
Mm-mm.
And it's going over back right here. This is the property, right, that is showing her backyard.
Yeah.
This is the property that is showing the lights. This is where Mob Crew is looking, right here.
Right.
So and allegedly there was a car pulled up and then pulled back and pulled out. Allegedly there was a car that went up Kellyanne and back and then pulled out. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
So this one is telling a story with that one, but once I add in, Tennessee and the TBI, the FBI, we might see more show up and be like, oh, okay,
Mm-hmm.
But the lights is what is really the main focus with him leaving his house. And it is. We see the evidence with that, with everybody's behavior and how everybody talks and theorizes about what could have happened, leaving his home in the middle of the night, because people are like, there's lights. If he wasn't at home, what are the lights for? Come on. Why is there lights? We can't unsee those lights. That's the reason why I've been hesitant to even create this map leaving from Texas Roadhouse. But so shit, that's what I'm doing, trying to do something different, get different results, and see if this would actually work, because, Seth he's just not sure. And him not being sure, and well, let's just try to be sure. Let's look
everything,
and see if
every option, every theory needs to be investigated, period. Point blank. What
you said. What you said. So we're back here. So here's the other places, the addresses that we were looking at, and that's the missing Pluto. So on the other map, remember, the missing Pluto was actually coming here over Juneau. Now the missing Pluto is here with these addresses, and it is faded. This is a faded line with the backyard of Katy. So Katy's backyard, where the car residence is, where Fluffy, is sitting on the porch with Mob Crew, it's faded here. There's a fate right here coming into Anchorage. The TBI meets their mark here in Juneau with that 350 Main Street place as well.
Yeah. Did you see what I sent you about the contacts in Anchorage, Alaska?
Yeah, I did. And I put them on the map here.
No, I mean, like, the person that I know that's friends with Sarah Palin, like best friends. They're from Anchorage. Like we could really do some blow up here if we really want to zero in on this.
Oh gosh, I think that it would be. I mean, why not? You know.
I just don't know if Kristen will pay attention to it. Like she's like, but anyway, she owns the largest number of franchises in Keller Williams. She's from Anchorage. She's best friends with Sarah Palin rather, who was the governor. And if we really find evidence, I'm not going to bug her, but if like she's extremely high up in Keller Williams International, very busy. But I know her personally, and I would be willing to message her and email her. I might even have her cell number and see if she can help blow up Alaska for us if we really
Yeah,
want
I
to zone
think
in.
we did. We definitely need to blow up Alaska with Sebastian's face. I think that that would be a beautiful thing. Whether or not he's
Okay.
here or not, everybody in Alaska needs to know about him too.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
this was interesting for me because this is one of those schools, and this is where the state of Tennessee has pain. They share
Mhm.
pain, and there's a breakup with the business here, and that's with that school. So I don't know if Chris graduated from this location or another one, but this is where the state of Tennessee is wounded with their values, and a business with the crane operator college, heavy equipment. There's a lot going to that's bothersome to me. Somebody asked about North Carolina.
Okay.
So we do have, this is in North Carolina, where if we coming into East Tennessee,
Mhm.
let go of that. Knoxville, what is that? So we've got the TBI in Knoxville.
Mhm.
This is where Katie shares pain. She does share pain about family, about home, about a business that is going this direction. Anything having to do with family in North Carolina, just north of Raleigh, south of Durham, and going into Plymouth, this is where she has pain. She and actually, let me just say this too. This degree that she has is between a 1347 and a 1350. And it's in cancer. Okay, it's in cancer. And if I pull up the transits right now, I want you to notice that Jupiter is at a 1346 in Cancer. What this means is that Jupiter, there is going to be an expansion here. There's an expansion with Katie and the pain that she shares with people about her family, about her home. And it could have something to do with a big home, a big group home, the law enforcement right now. And I know that some things that we are learning are opposing Sebastian's values that are going so let me show you that what I'm talking about, because I'm seeing a 2922 in Cancer, and that's Sebastian has a 2922 with Venus. So right now there's an opposition with the values at a 29 degree in Capricorn. And that 29 degree that he has with Venus is right here. There's an opposition with what we're learning and what we're teaching, or what he's learning and what he's being taught. There's an opposition with his Venus, with his values.
Where does that go if you zoom out?
that vigil, his dad, the college, the crane. So are we? I don't like that. I don't like that that's showing up right now. So the 29 in Cancer, there's an opposition with him right now. So shit, let me go back. That opposition is right here. Okay, so his Venus and the vertex. So the intense experience that he has at home that his mother hides or that he hides, okay, in the 8th house is going this direction. So that vertex that he has that's intense opposes his dad and is going this direction, is going this direction. Let's look at the vertex. So this is where his mom and dad would be opposing one another. Let me look at this.
Seth, you mean, not Chris.
Right. His mom and dad are opposing him here.
Okay.
So I'm just looking at it to see. Okay, so I've got the TBI there too. Missing 5th house, outer will in Capricorn. So this is the 11th. This is the groups. The state of Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals share this angle. So when I see this, I think the U.S. Marshals too. If the U.S. Marshals were to ever get on this, we could be going this direction. This is very intense.
And it goes to South Carolina.
So this is Alaska. This is opposing Alaska rights. Look.
Man.
Yeah, this is sorry, it takes a minute. So this is going into Crossville, Sparta, McMinnville, Tennessee. And then, yeah, we're going into South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. Hold on. There's Myrtle Beach. So this is North Carolina, but this is all in South Carolina. This is what is opposing Alaska. This is what is opposing his dad. This line opposes his dad's home. So instead of going to his dad's home, he's going this way. You know, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So South Carolina or Alaska, because the home in Juneau, the residential home, is run by the Alaskan government.
Okay.
So just the only home that I found in Juneau, that doesn't mean there's not others, is the Department of Health, state of Alaska. So I don't know if that's relevant to the chart.
I'm going to look up South Carolina. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I might duel it out here in a minute because I want the DA, Melissa and Nina have an 1808 in their chart in Leo.
Mm-hmm.
So does the judge, Judge Blanton. He also has an 1808. And this, I have looked at South Carolina because of that. And
Mhm.
because the state of Tennessee, their dark moon in Aquarius, the disordered aggression with we the people, with their problems with us, is a 1742 in Aquarius. And so South Carolina's Pluto is in Aquarius. State of Tennessee's dark moon is in Aquarius at 1742. But I don't see where Sebastian is connecting per se.
Mhm.
I'm not saying he couldn't be here, but I've just never seen a connection with him. But it doesn't mean
Mhm.
that he couldn't be found here.
Mhm.
I definitely see a connection in Alaska. So let me show you Alaska. You know, Chris Carr, the
Yes,
neighbor in the
Rosebud.
back, huh?
Sorry, Rosebud asked if that's the Department of Health in Alaska. I said yes.
Yes.
And I kept getting government, like deep state government in my readings, so I'm very interested in that.
So when it comes to Alaska, the neighbor, which has a fate with Alaska, this is what this really this kind of trumps me here. No matter what
We
time
didn't.
he's born, he has a 1344 in his chart. He is transformed with the 1344 in Leo. Alaska has a 1344 Neptune. And if I talk about this house for just a second, we're talking about a group home, a group
Mhm.
residential home for kids,
Yeah.
for education. And so that is the reason why I do wonder. And when I look at the missing event from that time when they leave the roadhouse and I look at Alaska, this is where it really gets a trip. I mean, this is a trip for me because this 1733 is the same degree as Seth Rogers' second house of Leo. Leo's about kids, second house is about values, Leo's
Mhm.
about education and kids, okay? It's a 1733. So it's rising with a transformation with the public eye with Seth. It's already showing
Mhm.
that, right? And
Mhm.
then the
Mhm.
second house outer wheel in Libra, that's my mark. I make my mark with Libra and kids and health at a 1324. Well, the outer wheel is showing the same. So the 1733 in Virgo, 1733 in Pisces, 1324 in Libra, and then 1324 in Aries. So that's what is hidden here in the eighth house, the investigative house in
Mhm.
Aries. So that 1324 is their Sedna. Alaska's Sedna is a 1324 in the eighth house of death, rebirth, regeneration, things that are hidden with the investigations. You see what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Yeah.
Seth and I connect at a 2248, and then the third house of communications of Libra in Scorpio going into Sag. This is where Seth and I connect right here, this 2248.
Yeah.
So I can see the neighbor, that's faded with Alaska,
Yeah.
and I can see me and Seth. I can see me here, but the Sedna, she's opposing me, but at the same time, she's with the missing
Mhm.
event.
Mhm.
So, do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Mhm. Can I just
Yeah.
interject for a second to address Rosebud's comment?
Yeah.
I'm on the site right now, Rosebud, and there's on the health.alaska.government sources, and there is find a childcare provider. I do believe I have to look into it, so I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that they also have housing placements in private homes through this organization. So could somebody through this organization Be housing him? Yeah, hell yeah. To answer your question.
Yeah. The other thing about Alaska that kind of, takes me by a surprise when I first pulled it up is that Sebastian's lunar nodes, the south node that we have just seen that goes to Puerto Rico, here in the ninth house of long travels and higher learning. This is an immigration house. If I'm looking for him in another country, another, area that is outside of the United States, then I'm looking here for a school. Well, that 1215 and the 1215 has north node and south node. That is exactly where there's a wake up call. There is the Palace, the investigator, she's given a wake up call here in the eighth house of Aries for Alaska. So, not only do I see me and Seth here, I see Sebastian here, and I see the neighbor, that 1344 that goes over the car residence. Hold on, let me back it up. Let me turn this off. Astria in Cancer. Let me make sure. Hold on. On the other map, that's what it is. It's showing that he brings the justice. Or there's a justice that comes from that property. Let's see. From this map, I want to show you his property. His property would be right here. From my other map with the lights video, there's a divine justice that goes here, and it's faded.
Yes, Rosebud, and behavioral problems for
Alaska.
Juveniles.
Yeah, because they wanted him to have better behavior. That behavior. So there's Juneau, there's the Anchorage, and it is faded with the justice. There's a justice here with groups. And that's why, obviously, we know that Kathy went here. So that's the fate right there. If there isn't any other, there is a fate there with her. But there's definitely a fate on the other map. If we chose to look at the lights, that one is pretty telling. It's showing that there is a fate that's going up there in the back of the property of Stafford Court, which is the car residence, where they are seeing that ring camera is showing the backyard. So I don't know. I like both maps, but this one is really it really brings it home for me with looking at it from a new perspective. I'm really honing in on this angle right here, because that's where Chris was. His dad is here. Warsham's is here. And then it goes straight up to Melissa's house. And that connection, that angle right there, I feel like is telling us to look closer into, for me to start mapping Chris and Melissa.
So yeah, I'm wondering if Melissa was the drop-off, point, like Melissa was the person to pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, this line goes from, this angle goes from her house down to Warsham's. Then it comes to Michael Proudfoot, and then it comes to Chris. It doesn't go this challenge isn't going to Kathy's, but it does go to Warsham's. It goes down. It goes from Melissa's to Warsham's and then it comes over an angle, and it comes to Michael Proudfoot's and then Chris. So, and the square is definitely with the beach market, no doubt about it, because they evidently don't have any footage, video footage of Kathy or anybody being there, even though I know that 3 people said that, because I screenshot it early on that they're saying that they saw both Sebastian and Kathy at Warsham's. And not one, not 2, but 3. And those 3 people don't even know each other. So, I mean, it's kind of a pattern of people seeing who they thought was both Kathy and did they talk to the workers? Do y'all remember 10 days ago? I mean, probably not, but you never know. They may have remembered seeing them in there.
Donna's asking about the other sister, Chris's other sister, if we've looked at her.
She is on the other map. The whole family and associates are on the other map. I've got 950 addresses on the other map. That's another thing, that we can't show all these addresses because, I mean, I guess we could, but, you don't want to dox somebody, even though it's public record. I'm really not trying to show people's addresses.
No. But what is Chris's other sister? Does it say anything interesting or not as interesting as Melissa?
I don't have her on the map yet.
Okay. But the other map?
I can't remember. I'd have to pull it up.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we talking about, if you would, Donna, just use initials to make sure that we're talking about the same person that is his other sister? Yeah, Blue Eyes. It was recorded over. Elaine, he should be on the missing. He should be. Hey, YouTuber. Hey, y'all. He should be,
Elaine. I hope he's on there.
Yeah, I mean, that would be messed up from the flow up, wouldn't it?
Seriously?
Yeah, that would be wild. But yeah, we're just, this looking at the new map, it's very interesting because the other one didn't have this this line going over where he was staying when, this one does. So, God, that's going right over New Madrid. Jesus. And, going right over her house. It just, I'm just amazed how this is telling a better story, because it's hitting these addresses. It's not coming, way over here, way over here. It's right there where you would expect it to be when you're mapping someone. Whether or not any of these addresses had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, we should see lines going over their homes, telling a story. We should see lines going over the landfill, and it's intense. We should definitely see the missing event. And it didn't show that on the last map. So I'm tending to like this one better. I really am.
Well, the chart.
Really am. He has another blood sister. It is a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Third on the list. I thought it started.
Yeah.
I don't think so, Ben. If the other sister starts with a C. I don't think so. I know that we have a, well, I don't really want to. Yeah, he does have the Amber Alert. That's right. So he should be on the missing. He's on the FBI. He should be on all the Cassie. Okay, I see. Let me see. Well, I don't want to pull up her address. It's okay. she helped that day in court. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I can look and see when I'm off of here if I have her on the other map. Yeah, I can see if I have her on the other map. I'm just not really trying to show the address because once I search for her, then you'll see it. I mean, I guess I could turn my stuff off, but we know that, there's other addresses too that I want to put on here. Like one of the people that I know that lives in St. Louis. That's going to be interesting to see if his address shows up right there, because I think it's going to. But I think I'm liking this map a little bit more. And the other addresses that I have, I think I've got a couple of more addresses that I have in Alaska. I'm going to put on here from the other map. I just haven't done it yet. It's a lot of work, y'all. It's a lot. And I started creating it, days ago. But this, going into St. Louis, we just want to find him, wherever the hell he's at. We need to find him. And the fact is that there's things that he's having an opposition with his Venus.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. She's critical. The things that we are learning right now is critical. And it could be about that Venus. It could be about the roadhouse. And that opposition could be saying, hey, Jen, what about the lights? What about the lights, honey? Because we know that there was lights there at his house, right?
Well, that green line is going right through that address I gave you.
What can we make of the lights? Yeah.
Well, close enough. What can we make of the lights? Well, how do we put that together is what we got to do.
Right. I mean, yeah, because they do tell a hell of a story on the other map, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, it really does.
I don't think we can ignore them. I don't think we can ignore it. I really don't.
I think that we can look at this one and go, okay, if he did leave from the roadhouse, this is, I don't know. It's hard to say that the lights, like we can't just unsee the lights. We can't, unthink about what we think about with the lights either,
Mm-hmm.
So this is the other map from the home. Because we got to figure this out. I mean, obviously, I'm going to have more lines on this, but these are the ring cameras right here. Let me take these addresses off. Hold on. Well, I won't take them off, but this is maybe I could hide them.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Eyes, you're touching on something that my mind's wondering right now, and I don't know. It's not likely, but I'm just wondering if that whole ring camera thing was actually all fabricated. Nothing would surprise me with these people as a complete diversion.
Okay, so here's the ring cameras. That was hiding under a car, I think. Hold on. He could have been hiding under a car here.
Okay.
I think that this was the address that hiding under a car. What?
Well, I mean, if he was trying to get away because they were upset with him.
Yeah. Yeah. So this hiding under a car, that angle, the missing sun is shining at that home. And it's in good standing with the justice, the Astrea, the goddess of health, the divine justice that's going over the car residence. So it's going this way. But this ring camera, with the Laird property, with him walking the trash here, that's grainy, that's where the Venus and the Mars are conjunct in Aquarius. This is where there could be an accident. There's something that is that there is seen with the values of Sebastian taking the trash. Mars would represent the body, and then the Aquarius is going to represent the ring camera. But here's where the justice is at his house. Here's mob crew. This is the other ring camera. And we can see that where this car was, or where this house is, that he was hiding under a car. If that's the house, then this is where there's a lot of transformation that's taken place with the health. Lots of transformation. And it did allegedly happen here, where there was something going on that it's hard to ignore.
So we have to put the two together is what I'm thinking, because the ring camera is seriously highly evidential in my opinion. And I'm just talking out loud, if that's okay, Jen. Could she have, because they can't both be true. They can't both be that she went from Texas Roadhouse and released Sebastian to somebody else, and at 3 a.m. Sebastian's on camera. They can't both be true. Could she have gone after Texas Roadhouse and not released Sebastian, but introduced him to the person that was going to take him? I don't know. I'm just talking theoretically. Would that work? Because they can't both be true. There has to be some middle theory that makes them both real, possible. If they're both if that ring camera is showing us something.
Well, we know that he left from the Texas Roadhouse. It's a beautiful, accurate map leaving from the Texas Roadhouse. But if he made it home, if he did make it home, then it's this map that is going to show more.
But I'm thinking about where she went after Texas Roadhouse. Like, I think that Walmart is highly significant, and that gas station. And you said about a releasing. Was that could that have been a meeting place that she met somebody up at? That releasing, could that be an energetic releasing?
Or passing from one car to the other? I don't know.
Okay.
Because the way that, the way that we understand, the way that we are understanding it is this. The law enforcement said that he made it home. They have evidence that he made it home. They have no evidence that he left the home.
Yeah.
Well, he's not in the home.
Yeah.
So,
so what's the ring cameras all about?
Their evidence is flawed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just going to be that way. It's going to be flawed. So when we look at it from this angle, from this perspective, there is an emotional explosion that's intense that has taken place here. It's taken place and it's coming out the back door.
Yes, where the camera
goes. It's going here. Yeah. And when it comes here, there's a transformation of health, and there's a disordered aggression. There's a darkness with a relationship here. So I think that the lights are really honing in on what we know so far, or what we think we know with lights in the middle of the night, and so if we take the missing off and we look at the natal with Sebastian, that intense experience that he is having at home is going right over this property. And this ring camera is viewing the back. There's an intensity that's taking place with a justice. There's going to be a justice with it. Here is a shakeup. It's unexpected. There's a shakeup here. with the camera because we're looking at Uranus. Uranus is in a good standing with Pisces, and people think that he could have been, drugged up. That would
Yep.
be the Uranus and Pisces. There is something unexpected that happened, and boom,
Mm-hmm.
here we are.
Mm-hmm.
And there's communications.
Mm-hmm.
Communications.
Yep.
Right? There's communications, and it's with the outer wheel of Aquarius going over the layered property, but coming here, it's with Leo, and it's about long travels. It's about something we are learning. This would be court worthy right here. Now we're going over this property. Do they have a ring camera? Did they give it up? We just don't know. And now the Leo mark that is squaring the wisdom of the trash, that's this square that's highlighted here. That's here and here. Going over that same property. Now this property is opposing this ring camera. This ring camera is opposing this ring camera. There's a fate here. There's a fate with Sebastian, because this is the red. Okay, so we're not talking about the missing anymore. The red is the natal. This is Sebastian. The red is Sebastian. The missing is green. So now we have Sebastian's north node is going, his south is going here where he's been before, and his north node is going here.
Yeah, those are all the flashlights areas, right? That's wild. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
and then
I had a vision of
transformation. So the Venus in Capricorn that we just looked at, that is opposing. What is that opposition? It's right here. It's right here, y'all. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to understand and take the challenge, because there is a challenge for us. It's with this ring camera that says that Sebastian was home and he walked the trash here. That Venus at a 29-22 that's in an opposition with Selena at a 29-22 in Cancer, this is the exact angle here, right here.
But it's in opposition to us, meaning we don't have a clear footage to prove.
It's actually in opposition to Sebastian. Because his natal Venus in Capricorn is here. It's at his house. It's not the layered property. And the Venus in Capricorn is right here, going over 10-11 Stafford Court. There's an opposition with Sebastian, and there is an opposition because this challenge that we are taking with this opposition with Sebastian has got us coming down to Cancer. This is Capricorn. And it's critical. It's critical right now with what we're learning, what we're trying to understand. And that opposition is fated. I'm going to talk about the fate now. There's a fate here with this intense transformation in the public eye that took place right here on the corner of Kellen Court. So the fate with his Venus in Capricorn, let me show you. There's a fate here. The Venus in Capricorn is fated with this trans Pluto in Leo. There is a huge transformation in the public eye, and it's about school. And we could be talking about church, because this ninth house is about church. It could be the courts. It could be immigration, going far into another country. But there is where his south node is. This is where he makes his mark. His south node, and there's a complete transformation. This 2904, that's the same degree that Seth has in his chart, but it's in Virgo, but it's the same degree. But anyway, that 2904 is fated. So the Leo 2904, that is where Vulcan is going to come into. That's where the sun is going to shine. The sun is coming to that, and it's going to be fated. You see what I'm saying? So the sun is on its way to that 2904. Vulcan is on its way to the 2924, and it's coming. That fate is about to come with this opposition that we're talking about with his Venus is actually here in the second house of values, transiting right now. Okay, so the sun in Vulcan is eventually going to come and shine a light right here. And there's a fate with it. And when it comes, that fate, we're going to take note, because I'm going to remind everybody, hey, the fate with that Venus is coming. It's a coming. So the 2904 is coming here.
What time frame do you
the
think?
corner. And then this with the mob crew, this is where he meets his midheaven. He meets his midheaven here. And there's a lot of energy with it having to do with health and possibly a church. Religion.
I still think he made it home that night. I think he made it home. I'm wondering if she bought drugs.
I'm wondering if
at
he
Walmart.
did make it home, but you know, we are just, you know, being open to another perspective here, because you know,
yeah, of course,
we do see that Kathy is coming here. You know, she gets a shakeup. There's a shakeup with health, with groups, with networking, with the camera, and there's a magnetism with health here. This is where she has a lot of intense transformation with Pluto, and it's opposing her Chiron in Pisces. So we could be looking at, you know, this is Virgo. This is health. This is a health factor. We see that Katie is here. She shines here. She does, doesn't she? She shines with health. She's a Virgo. She's shining here. This is where Seth learned something, and it's faded with Sedna and Taurus. Chris's Venus and Mars.
Cleaned up.
So if I'm looking for a vehicle, if I'm looking for a vehicle, this is where I'm looking for a vehicle. We've got a Venus in Leo, so his Venus is here. His Mars is here. So his values are here. The car would be here because Mars is going to represent a car. There's a vehicle that they say that was here. That was on Stafford Court. I don't know. So there's a vehicle here. It's where there's a lot of
that's the
energy, a lot of
audio is from
energy
right
that's
that
going
angle
toward health with his values. And we could even look at the audio, you know, that there's an opposition here with audio. Let's see. And then Katie's South Node, where she's been before, is here. We can go on up Kellyanne, because I want to also show you the backyard here with the neighbor. This is where her Chiron is. This is where she's wounded. She is pained because of this property and that ring camera. Possibly. I don't know. Chris gets a shakeup here with the law enforcement, with authority, and there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of emotions here. This is a Cancerian. This is where Seth rises. He rises to the occasion. This is where there's a flame of life with a lot of emotion and things that have taken place in the past. There's an intensity. There is a devouring energy here, a lot of weight that comes on Sebastian with home, and it's going this direction. There is a justice with the intensity that took place at home. And this is where his Vulcan is in the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, that is giving him a shakeup with groups that's going that way. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to this. I'm just so used to this map, and it just feels. But just in case he didn't make it home, we're going to explore that.
Well, we have
The
to look at every
TBI,
single thing, right? You have to. You can't. It's not a responsible investigation if you don't look at every single possibility, in my opinion. So until he's found.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Even Eric has his Chiron that goes here, so Eric has the same pain that he shares with Katie that is going over this house. So there's a lot of fate here.
Mm-hmm.
And I am just waiting for this fate with whatever he knows, whatever is on this ring camera that the law enforcement have. I'm just waiting for that to show us.
Which law enforcement goes over? Does the FBI go over the ring camera, hun? Sorry. Which law enforcements go over that?
Over this one? Yes. Yes, so we've
FBI?
got the FBI. They reach their north node here. Yep. They reach their north node here, and it's conjunct.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you, honey. I'm more conversationalist and you're more like, show me the technology. So we kind of blend, but we got to, sorry. The reason I think that's interesting is because the FBI, you can correct me because I'm obviously Canadian, but from my understanding, it doesn't matter if he's out of state or not. If there is a telecommunications corruption or a crime involving telecommunications, the FBI have jurisdiction. I could be wrong, but that's what I was told. Do you know?
I would think so.
Okay.
I would think so. And I think that just because, the FBI is definitely involved in Sebastian's case. We've seen that. We've seen evidence that they're involved in his case.
I just think the FBI is going to be the one to expose the cameras. I'm just curious. That to me
the FBI. The FBI. What's interesting about the FBI here is they reach their north node, and it's conjunct Venus. So anything of evidence that the FBI would need to gather, they're going to gather it from this home.
Okay, fascinating. Well, they also go over the one with the ring camera. I can see the line down there. Is that them?
Yeah, but there's a fate here. So the North Node in Cancer is about a home. It's about their fate with a home and any type of evidence.
Okay.
So the FBI is going to reach their North Node with evidence with this, if they have collected any evidence from this property and they have it in their possession, because Venus is also about things that you hold in possession. It's evidence.
Mm-hmm.
This would be the most important for the FBI, this fate with Venus.
Okay.
And then, like I said, we've got the pain that Chris would share, and it opposes his Neptune. So it's things that he has to dissolve to get there. And he's got a lot of dissolving to do to get to where he wants to be to find Sebastian. So this is where the state of Tennessee has their seventh house. Actually, it would be their eighth. This would be the second house. This would be the eighth house Cancer. So that eighth house, where their Mars is, where they're meeting the U.S. Marshals and all of that, this eighth house for the state of Tennessee is about death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden with the investigation. It goes over his home. Then we have the TBI. They have a lot of intense emotions that squares their sun in Aries that is going north. So they're not able to shine because they are challenged here with all the emotions that are going over this property. This is the third house communications with the home, with the homeowner, and we know who that is. Then we have the FBI again, and this is where the Neptune in Cancer is. Their Neptune in Cancer in the ninth house of long travels, higher learning, courts. Of courts. Okay. This is where we would have to see that the FBI has collected the Uranus in Capricorn is about the group, the ring camera, the camera, and what it's showing. So we could have a challenge here with the long travel.
Can we see where that line goes out, hun?
State of Tennessee has an intense experience here. This is where their intensity is. This is where they are definitely meeting the U.S. Marshals is right here. They're going to share the same line because they have the same degree 2509 in Cancer, just like the state of Tennessee. So this is the U.S. Marshal line too. And can I see where? Oh, take it back. Let me
Yeah, I
turn
mean,
them
if that's
off.
okay.
Are you looking for this one right here? The FBI? Which one are you wanting to see?
So the TBI, the FBI one that you were just
Oh,
looking at, and then I bet you it goes to Virginia. I just curious.
the Gemini is going to go to Virginia. It's going to be this one that's going to Virginia. So if we come to Worshams, we see the Tennessee South Node is here in relationship. It's about relationships in the seventh house. So their South Node is where they've been before, looking for evidence with communications. And this is where they gain enlightenment with relationships. So when they say that they weren't able to get anything from here, they've definitely been here. The state of Tennessee has been here looking for evidence, and they have enlightenment about past relationships, and that's going right over the market. This is going over the next door of the market, but it's still in the vicinity of the market. So I'm looking at all of these for the market.
Mm-hmm.
So their self note is here. This is where Eric learns about things that is in good standing. And there's a devouring energy with the communications. I meet the TBI here with the communications. And this is Worshams. This is Beach Market where she allegedly was seen. The FBI has a lot of intensity here with their Pluto that is conjunct Hygeia. So this conjunction begins up here on Hope Road, comes right here. And it is about death, rebirth, regeneration of people's money, things that are hidden with the investigation. And it's all about the purity of health with Hygeia. This is where the FBI would take a lot of leadership if they needed to at Worshams.
Wild.
I know it is. So I'm going to have to see where these, who is from the Roadhouse, who is coming up here, because the state of Tennessee going straight over there with their South Node, with Apollo, this conjunction is pretty wild to me. I mean, it's accurate, eerily accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we go to Virginia. Well, let's go to Alaska first, because we were talking about Alaska. Oh, let me show you Horn Lake first. Idea. So this is where he was. And see how we still have Palace coming here. That didn't change. It's just that Palace is further up. It's further north. And the law enforcement. Let me look at Kathy again. That's Terry. So I'm interested to see where Terry Bowersock's Saturn is going to be anyway. Let me go back up. I wish everybody could just collaborate and just, put all of our information together instead of just being all about self.
I've
But,
tried.
me and
I
Leanne
can't even.
we're,
Yeah,
we're doing it.
we're different. We're
We're going to
different.
do
Thank
it.
God. I've tried to reach out to
Yeah.
so many creators. It's just unfathomable. I'm not even going to get into it.
It is. It's sad.
Because we do woo-woo shit. Nobody wants to get
So
into the
this is
woo-woo
where,
shit.
yeah. On this angle, it's interesting because on this map, I've got that the TBI is challenged. They're challenged with their Chiron in Taurus, and their Chiron in Taurus is in the 12th house. It's about things of the past with money, with values, with evidence. And it's challenging their midheaven, which means that I don't know if they monitored them going to Alaska or if they just, didn't. But I would say follow the money, TBI. Follow the money. Unless you're a part of it, and you can't, you got to follow the money here. Because this is Juneau,
Where in
Alaska.
Alaska? Oh, that's Juneau. Okay, I was just going to ask you. Okay.
Yeah, this is Juneau. Yeah. And then here is the other centers that we were looking at. And this one just so happened. I'm not going to click on this school to show their address. But this is one that Leanne sent to me, and I put it on the map. And this is where Eric has a wake-up call with groups, and there's wisdom that's found here. Yep. With the government. This could be a government facility.
Yeah, that's the Alaskan state.
And then here's the Secret Service. And yeah, because see, the reason why I say it could be government is because you see the Poseidon in Libra. Poseidon in Libra should be government.
That's Wasala.
Even though the Libra line isn't going here, this is Aquarius. Yeah.
That's not Juneau. That's the other one that I said I had a really strong feeling about.
Yeah. So this is the one that you sent to me. That we talked about last night.
The small one, the one that's a private home. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So I don't know. Is there anything else you want to go over before?
I don't think so,
anything
honey.
Anything else, Leanne, that we need to? Where's the nauseating garage at?
That's a different case, Krista.
Where is the nauseating garage?
That's a different case. That's Jack and Lily. Stay focused. Stay focused. Jesus, girl. I love you. Stay focused.
Oh my God. I'm saying. You don't think Ellie is truly looking? Yeah, maybe not. I mean, maybe not. We just,
well, we don't need them. We can blow it up on our own.
I'm not talking to them. I don't know. I plead the fifth on that. If they're working and they're not working, I get disgusted a lot. I get disgusted because you do wonder what the hell they're doing. What are they doing? Let me show you.
Realistically, for those of us that are all waiting, assuming they are working on it, realistically, 1.5 years is not a long time. Like, it's really not. I mean, Jen, you're working on this 14, 16 hours a day, and we still don't have an exact location. So it's just, we have to be patient at the same time under the assumption they're working on it. But I doubt too. After TBI hung up on me, I have very little faith in TBI. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do. I have to be patient to even try to work these maps. And
thank you, Donna.
I have some maps that I've worked on where, like Leanne Green, there are some maps that I'll work on and I won't have half of this craziness on it. And I walk away and I'm like, I know that they're going to be found, and they're going to be found in one of my hotspots. Riley
Yeah.
Strain was easy. That one was a really easy one. There are some cases that I think are just really easy, and then there's some that are not. And
Yeah.
per the astrology, the 26th degree that Sebastian descends on in Taurus, if you ask other forensic astrologers, they may say, well, he may not ever be found. He may not be found because of that 26th degree. It comes with a lot of conspiracy. But I have yet to see the evidence of that, so I'm not going to say that degree means that. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't
Yeah.
say that at all, you know.
Well,
But we
his
all
case is
do.
definitely one of the more challenging ones. I mean, I work on cases as do you now that you're with the Find Me group. We typically get a case a week. And I mean, I've never worked on a case as complex as Sebastian's. Never, ever, ever.
Right.
It's a
Right.
hard one to solve. It's absolutely because there's a people with connections and motivation and connections and a willingness to do whatever it takes, regrettably, and
Yeah.
potentially some law enforcement protection. So potentially, it's a hard case.
And there's some cases that, there's some cases that are not going to be, they have to, it may take years to get the evidence that they need. It just, it's unfortunate, but it takes a while for the DA to say, okay, yeah, you're good. I like that. The other thing that I want to say right now is this. While I'm looking at the transits, I just want to tell you guys that there is energy with this 1515. There's going to be a disordered aggression with Kathy,
Mm-hmm.
with groups. I do see that there's a lot of wisdom that's taken place in Canada. Interesting. She is going to have disordered aggression. Sebastian's okay. So oh shit, hold on. She's going to have disordered aggression with the Neptune that she has. She has a Neptune, things that are hidden with the investigation, and it's a 15 degree in. Let's see if I've got it here.
Can I just say something about what Donna's
This is
saying?
it.
Donna, okay, I worry about
This is in
reaching out to
transit right
these.
now.
I just got to say something, Jen. I worry about reaching out to the group homes directly because if a group home is trying to hide him, that could endanger Sebastian, which is why I'm suggesting going to YouTube channels versus going directly there. Because if they're incentivized to hide him, that could put him in danger. I had to say that. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you're fine. Interrupt me anytime, girl. I don't eliminate any lines that don't have anything near it because I don't know if that in the future that there would be, something of value that would go over a line. So I don't. I'll try to add as many as I can because I want to be able to, I don't want to miss anything, but then when you do have so many lines, it can be intimidated, especially if you've never looked at a map like me, like I've created here. It can be intimidating and it can just throw you into a loop, like where you just got to go have a drink and like, damn, this is just too much.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the dark moon, the disordered aggression from Sebastian's home. This is where Kathy is having disordered aggression. The dark moon is also going to come over. Once it leaves Kathy, the dark moon is going to come over the 1516 that Sebastian has in Sag with his Mars. There's going to be a disordered aggression with the long travels, with the schools, with the another country possibly, or what have you. But this is showing up right there, and it's the 1515 in Scorpio that she has is coming into transit. This 542 is Hades. Hades in Cancer for little Faith is the weight of home, the weight of home, the weight of family. And there's a physician. So it's almost like she is in need of counseling
Katie?
because she has a weight of home.
Yeah. No, Donna,
There's a
don't.
weight of
I'm not
home, and
saying
the
that.
physician is showing up with it.
Hang on. I'm not saying that, Donna. I'm saying I would like Seth to interject and Seth to make that decision. That's all I'm saying. You know, like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying you put him in danger. You and I love each other, but we always communicate interestingly with one another. It's like we are lessons for each other because we kind of like don't understand online each other what we're saying. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying let's be mindful what we send out. I myself would feel better knowing Seth is going, yeah, do it. Like that's all I'm saying. I don't want to take anything for granted under the assumption that that's all.
Oh,
That's all I'm
no,
saying.
Donna, you would never intend to do that. No.
No,
It
no,
was a
no.
great idea, but once we play the take through, it's not.
Well, I
Oh,
think it might be. I'm just saying, I personally would prefer to have Seth's blessing. It's not for me to decide what to do on behalf of his child. That's
yeah.
that's my point. It's not. That's why I said earlier at the very top of earlier on, like, hey, what if we blast YouTube channels? But I didn't say let's go do it. I said with Seth's permission. It's his son. And I think
Yeah.
we have to be mindful. This is not our child. So that's all I'm
Right.
saying. I just want his permission before I would do anything like that. That's all I'm saying. It's just, we got to be mindful. This is a true situation. Like sometimes when you're looking on a screen, it's easy to detach. But I think through, I'm a strategist because I came from real estate. So I always like the strategy in my brain. If I do this, what are the possible outcomes? And that's one of the possible outcomes that could not be good for him when you're messaging a small private home that has potential money being paid to them to keep things quiet. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I
So
mean, that possibility is definitely, but so I see little Faith, and she does have the physician that is upon her weight of home. And that, I've seen that before. Re- Uh, you know, I think when she was coming to Tennessee, so I don't know what's happening with her, but I'm sympathizing and empathizing with the little girl that I don't know. But this 2407, it's just made the midheaven, and it's right here. This is a lot of wisdom that's taken place with Canada. The 2128 is definitely federal. This is the United States of America. There's things that are taking place right now, and it's about education in schools. There's a transformation with Kathy all day. It took place, started yesterday with our live, and now it's continuously. There's a transformation of health with long travels here with her. I do wonder when the schools start back in New Mexico. Hopefully, the Faith is already home, but I don't know if, because I know that when Faith travels back home, back to and from, Kathy always goes with her, or she flies with her as well. Maybe not always, but she has flown with her. So I don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on with what I'm seeing. But the other thing, of course, is that there is an opposition with things that the teacher. So it could be a teacher and the values with dad. The teacher and the values with dad. That's possible. May not be anything. It could be that the opposition is the teacher. And whoever is teaching Sebastian, I don't know. I may be. Let me see. It's in good standing with Saturn. Oh, that's Pluto. It's in a good standing with Saturn. Saturn is at a 115 That's my values with home. There's limits and obstacles with home. There's something here. It's opposing Pluto. This is interesting because little Jack is in transit with Pluto. Well, that's interesting. There's a wake-up call with the investigation in the future with little Summer Wells. But this is interesting here. There's a breakup with Jack. There's a breakup with Jack in groups, possible video, networking with Jack all day, because Pluto is going to be at that degree all day. So there's a breakup with Jack. Jack and Lily that's missing out of Canada. And speaking of, this Vulcanus is going to come into that 428 with Canada, with Sebastian in 3 days.
3 days. What does Sebastian have to do with Canada and Jack and Lily? Now my mind's blowing. Okay. Nothing,
Okay,
maybe, but
I'm going to show you how it could be. Okay. Because it could be. There is definitely a connection. Like I said, there's a connection with Sebastian and Canada, and it's with his moon. His moon is in Aries at a 428. Canada has the 428 in Leo. Just 1 second. I'm gonna solve that one.
I mean, shit, if I go look for Jack and Lily and find Sebastian, I'm gonna shit my pants.
Well, I mean, we could be finding Sebastian by looking in these other places, though. There's a shakeup with communications in Virginia. There is a 110 in Summer's chart, and it's in Virgo. There is a 110 is also found in Virginia's. On her chart, I do have 2 people. It could be with the Hammonds brothers, but there is a shakeup that's happening right now in the 6th house of health with communications in Virginia with Summer, Moon, Utah Wells. She shines at a 1450 in Aquarius, so there's a shakeup with her investigation. And then, like I said, there's a breakup with Jack. So let's look at this. Let me show you.
Blue Eyes, I'm just waiting for the RCMP to get back to me. I don't want to interfere by showing up, and I don't feel like getting shot at. So I'm waiting for them to approve me going to look for Jack and Lily because I have a girlfriend that way. So.
Okay, so I'm going to get this right when it hits Canada. And there's going to be an emotional explosion about Sebastian, possibly school, education. Let me get to an hour. Hold on. This is coming. Oh, shit. Hold up. Now I'm seeing Layla Centinello's case here. There it is. August 14th. Mark it on your calendars.
Well, my guides told me August was there was gonna be a breakthrough in Jack and Lily, but this is Sebastian.
No, this isn't Sebastian. This is
okay.
Canada. This is Canada. Okay. So let me look at this now. Hold on. Let me see. Shit. Canada, August 14, 2025. Let me see where Trump is going to be. The hell he's doing.
He's in friggin' Alaska.
There you go. Canada, detailed calendar. Let's see. Economic calendar. No.
Trump coming
the
to
middle
Canada
child exhibition. The middle child exhibition. That could be it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. When is Trump?
Trump-
So Trump is
he
going
was-
to Alaska?
He was here in June, Trump.
Because his dark moon is with Canada.
Shit. Where? Where does it go? If it goes to Nova Scotia, I'm gonna freak out if it goes to Nova Scotia.
Canada sheds tens of thousands of jobs as Trump's tariffs hit. Canada courts
Hang
Mexico.
on, my son-in-law's calling and he never calls. I don't know if there's an accident because they're on their way home. Hang on a second.
Okay. The trade talks. Canada courts Mexico. Canada is turning its focus to deepening ties with Mexico. There's something here. And so this is what's, it could definitely be about Jack and Lily. There's no doubt that it can be. Kitty, I'm sorry that you're confused, honey. I'm really sorry. I'm about to break it down, though. First, I'm not trying to give you a bunch of information that I don't know anything about, so I'm trying to figure it out before I tell you what I'm seeing here. I'll pull up Canada. The degrees in our chart literally matter in the state of matter. Anybody that's been on this channel long enough, I say this every time I talk about astrology, that these degrees in our chart literally matter in the state of matter. So these degrees with Canada and Donald Trump, they have in their public image, they have a pain with children, with publicity, with schools, with education at a 428. That is exactly where the dark moon degree is with Trump, is a 428 in Sag.
What day? Sorry, I had to leave for a second.
It's not in the same sign.
Okay.
It's in the same degree. Well, that's why I figured you were good until Canada. That's why I'm showing you, Kitty. I figured that. The other thing about Canada is that Donald Trump has his pain. His Chiron is at a 1454. That also goes to Georgia. We know he's been to court in Georgia. Okay. So that's his connection with the values and the health in Georgia. But it's also where he has pain with Canada, with kids, with attention, with everything having to do with Canada's public image and the networking with groups. These degrees match. This degree matches. Doesn't have to be in the same sign. There's still a connection here. Their Mercury is a 444 in the 11th house of groups. It's in Virgo. This is the media. This is the media here. That 444 is coming into transit with Mercury. Mercury is about to make a connection with their Mercury, I'll bet, in Leo. So when these degrees come around and I say, I see Canada at a 428, I'm also seeing Donald Trump's connection. And so I want to go to Google and I want to see what's going on with Trump in Canada. The state of Tennessee has a 1940. State of Tennessee has a 1940 in their chart. And it's right here. It's a Libra in the 11th house. It's a 1940 Aries and it goes into the 5th house. Okay. So that 1940 is where the 5th house of kids with the state of Tennessee, Canada is magnetized here with the state of Tennessee. The 1940 also goes to the state of Virginia. It also goes to Saudi Arabia. I'm in the trenches with these degrees.
What
Okay.
can you show where in Canada it goes, Jen?
Hold on. I'm going to just,
Okay.
I'm going to,
Be
I really
patient.
want y'all to
Be
understand.
patient.
Yes, ma'am. I really want everybody to understand that the degrees are really, they truly
Significant.
matter. They truly
Yeah.
matter. Yes. One of the mediums on Sebastian's case early on, I won't say his name, but he and I share a degree in our charts, and it's a 334. So I match Canada. He matches Canada. Neither one of us have been there. We've never been to Canada. Seth has a 2321 in his chart, matches Canada. It's their vertex and their anti-vertex. Sebastian matches Canada at a 428 with his moon, the mom that wants him to be independent. This moon makes you want to be independent. I'm going to read the data of his moon. Okay. You don't even have to take my word for it. You can take the software's word for what this moon means. For me, it means that she wants to be independent of him. He is to be independent of her at home or at a home, possibly in Canada, because Canada has this connection with their Chiron and it's in Leo. So it's about kids and it could be about education. So, and the 141 also goes to the FBI, but I'm not even going to go there. But anyway, the 428, the moon is placed in the fourth house of your birth chart, suggesting that your place of residence possibly is constantly undergoing change. This can mean that you're being frequently moved. You're frequently moving homes, that your house is a constant state of renovation, or that members of your household are often coming and going. Whatever the scenario, it's likely that as a result of your home, as a result, your home doesn't feel secure. As an adult, you may learn to adapt positively to the constant change in your domestic life, or you may feel a constant sense of instability. You have a strong desire to live by the water, may provide a deep sense of satisfaction. You could also benefit from working on the land or dealing in property. I'm a realtor, or I was a realtor. Leanne was a realtor. And so that fourth house of home is also about real estate or being a realtor. It can also mean that there is property that he would be working on, like a homestead. You have an emotional need for action and independence. Under stress, you will seek a challenge and time on your own away from other people. You may have experienced your mother as independent and possibly impatient. As an adult, you're a go-getter, impatient. So she is impatient. She wants him doing what she wants him to do.
Yeah.
And that's, as an astrologer, I can tell you that if I could talk to Sebastian, he would clarify that is the moon in Aries is that way. His moon is ruled by Mars. His moon is ruled by Mars. Okay. This Mars was in transit when he went missing. Sure was. So there is a reason why I'm thinking that this moon in the fourth house, it's in Aries, it's squaring his Pluto. So it squares, it challenges Sebastian's dad's values, a business. It's in good standing with his South Node. We know that is going down into Puerto Rico. It's in good standing to Puerto Rico. It's fated with his midheaven. And we know that he reaches that midheaven going south, no matter where he left from. It's in good standing with his fortune at an 810 in Leo. It squares Chronos. So it's squaring Chronos, which is right here, the 432, the 8th house, death, rebirth, regeneration of other people's money, things that are hidden. Chiron has just left this 2706. 2706, it has come down to a 2705, I think, by now. It probably has, I don't know. But it's all about the communications and the long travels and where he went to, where he traveled to. But there's a challenge with that moon and the devouring energy of home and the emotions that are hidden at home. Definitely some things that have been hidden at home. And in time, Chronos will show itself. So, and I do have that degree in my chart as well. But the 428. So let's look on the map where his moon is going. And this is leaving from Stafford Court. There it is. So it's going straight up into Kentucky, Indiana, Chicago, Michigan, and then into Ontario, into Canada. So it's going that way. We can see that there is an angle. It's faded with a south node. And the south node on this map isn't taking us to Puerto Rico, but it kind of is. It's Puerto Rico, British Virgin Islands here. So we could either go into Canada.
We're in Canada.
Or we could come down. Yeah. It's just matching numbers. We're just playing, there's times that I get out, on my lives in the mornings, I'll start talking about the transits and I'm jumping really quick and you got to keep up. But the more that you come in the live, the more that you're going to learn and the more that you're exactly going to be able to keep up. So when I talk about Sebastian, this is the angle that we're looking at. There's a fate with Canada that's going up there, and there's a fate going to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands on this map, on that map.
Where does it go in Ontario?
The other one, look.
Can you look at where in Ontario?
Yeah.
I mean, that's right where I am.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm right across the bridge from the capital now, so in Gatineau, but close enough. Oh, Northern Ontario. Can you zoom in, Ton?
Yeah, I'm going to bring this up to. So that's a 4 degrees Aries. This is the moon. So we got Mana, I don't know what that is, Hillsport.
Is that Maniwaki?
Powell River, Flintdale.
Powell River. Is that what you said? I can't see.
Powell River. There's Flintdale. You can't see it?
Not the towns. I can't read them. They're too far out.
It's not. There's Jog Lake. It's really not showing any towns except down here.
Yeah, go down more.
It's really not.
Go down more because you're in the way deep north there now. There's not. Yeah, okay. In there.
Okay.
You zoom in now, hon.
Guasca, Depot, Mobert, Manitouwadge, Hillsport, Paga River, Quebec Harbor. And then it's faded, like I said, it's faded going this way.
Yeah, Kitchener.
There's a fate with that moon, and it's coming down to Georgia. It's going into Chattanooga. There's and that shouldn't be, So I also want to, well, I don't know what just happened. I guess we're back. We're back to the charts. I don't know what happened. I clicked it and then it came right back here. So I do want to say before, I want to get this out about Jack, because when we play the numbers game, all we're doing is matching numbers. You're just looking you're looking at one chart and looking for these same degrees, any type of connection. Like me and Leanne are connected. We have her Jupiter, my Pluto. They're both in Libra. They're both at 319, and that's our connection. Mars is coming out of that one Tuesday. Yeah,
Seriously?
early Tuesday morning, Mars will be there. Yep, girl. Yep. Yeah, I'll have to show it to you off of here.
Offline. Yeah.
Yeah. So the 319, what's going to happen, that Mars is going to come to that 319 with me and you. And it could be where if you're awake, you may be awake. I won't be. But it'll be around 2:00 my time. Let's see.
In the morning?
Yeah. Tuesday morning. So it looks like it's going to begin in the 4th house for me.
Then this is Jack and Lily, or this is just us regardless of the case?
This is me and you. So right now this is me and you, but I want you to take note, because what is interesting to me about this is something about 1:43 a.m. Our 319 is in transit, but look at the fate. The fate is with that 1940. The fate is with the 1940 that the state of Tennessee has in that outer wheel that I was just talking about. The connection that the state of Tennessee has with Canada and the 7th house of relationships that I've been talking about. So there is a Tennessee Canada connection here as well with me and you.
I don't know if that's Sebastian or Jack and Lily then. Like, I have no clue, but that's bizarre.
Dang, I don't either. I'm just now looking at it. I'm just now looking at it. So it's very interesting that this is not just taking place with me and you, but then the 1940 is coming into transit with Canada and with the state of Tennessee. The moon is right there.
Okay, but that's you live in Tennessee, I live in Canada. I'm just putting that together. Okay.
Okay, but the 1940 is not just Tennessee, it's also Canada. Maybe
I know.
maybe you were on your phone. Maybe you were on your phone, but you were on the phone maybe when I was talking about that. So on the 12th, the early morning, Canada has a 1940 in their chart. It's with relationships and partnerships. This is where they are magnetized here in Aries. The lunar node the north node is in Pisces. The south node is in Virgo. It's not the same sign, but it don't matter. There is a fate with the magnetism with Canada and the state of Tennessee with their action with the justice system. There is a fate here. Other places have the 1940, like not just Tennessee and Canada, but also Saudi Arabia. I see a lot. I'm not even going to get into everybody that I'm seeing, but I'm seeing a lot of people, a lot of political figures here. And we still haven't gotten to the 14th where this is going to explode, where there's going to be an emotional explosion with Canada and schools, education. So
That's Thursday.
So we're looking between, Tuesday and the 14th. I mean, there's going to be some things that are going to be unraveling that you and I will be talking about. And in hindsight, we're going to understand. But this is my Pluto. This is your Jupiter in Libra. Your Jupiter's in Libra at 319. My Pluto is in Libra at a 319. Mars is coming to it. Mars is coming to it. And this, I will show you the action independence, your home environment, while others in home may want to relax. You want to keep things going. You or a family member may have been aggressive in your home during childhood. You may have a strong desire for diplomacy or justice.
You're talking about me, right?
I'm talking about me and you, babe.
Okay, together. Okay.
Mars is coming over your Jupiter in Libra at a 319. Mars is going to sit there. So I'm talking about your Jupiter with Mars. Yeah. I'm talking about my Pluto with Mars.
Yeah.
On the 12th at 1:43 a.m. Yeah. So, I mean, and there's a lot that's happening here. A lot that's happening here with Saturn. I see political figures. I see the FBI. The FBI's going to be, they're going to be receiving a lot of energy. There's a lot of things going on this day with the FBI as well. The other person that has the 319, there's other countries that have it. The stock market has it. Anybody that listens or watches political journalists like Tucker Carlson, he has it. There's dead people that have it, like King James. There's a lot of things that are taking place with this event, and we're going to be able to look at it in hindsight. But check this out. So the 2408 with Zeus is coming to this 2409 with Pluto on the 13th. It could be later in the day on the 12th, but later in the day on the 12th and the 13th, Zeus is going to be magnetized here to Canada's Pluto in the 5th house of kids with groups. So I'm thinking that, yeah, there's definitely going to be things going on with Canada. It's going to be in the public eye this week. And it could definitely have to do with Jack and Lily, because Jack is in transit all day today with Pluto. So Jack.
I just got a Facebook message on Jack and Lily just as you said that.
Did you really?
I swear I just did.
There's a breakup. There's a breakup of communications with Jack. And this 212 is in transit with the 212 Pluto. It's not the same sign, y'all. This is Aquarius. That's Gemini. But there's a breakup that's coming with communications, with groups, video, and it's coming with Jack.
Well, I have a feeling we might be getting an invite to go there. Anyway. We'll talk about that offline.
So Sebastian is still in transit right now with that 2706 with the 2nd and 8th house, what we've been talking about. So that's understandable while we are making contact with that. That sounds like a winner to me. But the 1647 with Jack, his Mars could definitely be a 1647 that goes to the FBI. It could be a 1644. It could be a 1650. Ceres is no doubt coming to that degree. Actually, it could be a 1650, but it's not going to get any much lower. It may be 16. I don't know, but Ceres went over it. How about that? There's been a lot of energy with that 16-degree Aries.
Mm-hmm.
Been a lot of energy with that 16-degree Aries. And hold on, let me see. Let's just go back. let's see, because shit's gonna, it looks like there's a major transformation that's taken place and there's a breakup because it's Admitos. I've seen people literally break up with their significant other. Admitos comes over and I'm like, Admitos is over you. Once it leaves, you'll be back together.
Hopefully you and I don't have a disagreement.
You'll be back together. Once it leaves your ass, you'll be back together. But okay, so Admitos is in a good standing with Saturn. I like that. It's in a good standing with Saturn. So that would be a 26 Capricorn. So this 26 Capricorn, this 2 Gemini. I'm just showing you another way we can investigate, because we've been looking at the transits with Sebastian. You live in Australia, you're a day ahead. So how does that work? If I'm looking at Australia, then I'm going to be, if I'm looking at any event with Australia, then I'm going to be on your time zone. I'll be on your time zone. It's not showing. Here we go. It's just got to catch up. Okay, so Jack, let's see if I've got that. The 2, let's see if I've got the 62. Let's see if I got it. No, I don't have it. So let's go ahead and put that in because it's in transit right now with Pluto. You know, I doubt it's just us, but I would say that this is, let me go ahead and draw this out. That fate, I want that fate known. 62.
Are you bringing that right to the house? Yeah.
I'm making that breakup at a 62 degree. I mean, a 62 compass bearing. So the a 2 degree in Gemini is going to be a 62 compass bearing. I'm just trying to get it there. Okay, there it is. Okay, so that is going to be fated. I'm sure I've already drawn his Pluto out, but I mean the Saturn out because it's in good standing. It's at a 26. So Capricorn, 26 degree in Capricorn. Capricorn is a 270 compass bearing. So you add the 26, that's going to be a 296. So we're going to draw that fate. There's a fate. And we want to see it, don't we? Because we're nosy like that. We want to see the fate. So I'm not going to take it all the way up, but there's a fate here. But I didn't draw it being fated with Admitos.
And New Glasgow.
This is going to be, this might be important going forward.
Shit. Can you zoom in?
Are you looking at too?
What's that?
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to zoom in and make sure that this is aligned here. And I'm going to turn on these addresses as well, because there's something here. So the breakup is going this way. There's a breakup.
That's the correct. That's the direction that's the direction we keep moving in, you and I. So it's very interesting.
Okay, Admitos. So Saturn and Capricorn, we're looking for, you know, we could be looking for a place of business. It could be about woods. Let's see. So I'm going to look at this angle real quick. Did I not put in the Saturn? Yeah, it is. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't like that, but
What? What's that?
there's a
What's location?
cemetery there.
Oh shit.
That's Mount Tom Road. Mount Tom Road Cemetery. There's a cemetery there. I could go down to ground level. Let's look. What else we got here? Wentworth. We've got another tribe here. I think that's a tribe. And then it goes up to, it goes into, what is that, Quebec? And we could be going to this island. Okay, let's go back down, and I want to look at the cemetery. I don't think that they would take him to a cemetery, but what do I know? I don't know where he is. So let's see if it'll, sometimes it just won't even get me on ground level here in Canada, and it's not going to. Oh, no, it's not going to. Let's see if there's any missing.
Can we see where it goes after this to the right, hun? After?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Let's see. Daniel's moon in Capricorn. I wish I knew what that was. Moon in Capricorn. So he reflects here. Let's see. And one thing that I think is really weird is that I should see angles going to his work. If they went missing from that house, let me turn all these off again. I should see angles. Let me make sure.
Yeah, but he barely works.
Where's his work?
1 day a week.
Right. I mean,
and
that's
now
a 38. So that's an 8. That's an 8 Taurus. His work is an 8 Taurus. There it is. There's the shakeup with work with Jack. So Jack's Uranus. Okay, so I haven't drawn in his Uranus yet. So Jack's Uranus is going straight over his workplace. That's shit. Well, that sucks because Uranus brings abrupt changes, and it being in Taurus, it's about values and evidence and money and things of that nature. So damn. So that's an 8 Taurus. Shit. Lily.
What are you saying shit for? Like, what does that mean for you?
Because it would be a shakeup. It's something that's unexpected, and it goes over his work. So I think that, she doesn't. So they do have the 0-0. I'm looking at the 0-0 Taurus with them then. This is where she and Jack. So if we look at that, let me show you what I'm talking about. So Lily and Jack both have in their charts certain degrees. Make sure this is Jack's. Yep, that's Lily. Okay. So Lily has a 0-0 low degree. No matter what time she's born, she's got a very low degree, a 0-0 dark moon in Taurus. There's a lot of disordered aggression about values. about money. I'm sorry, this is Jack. A lot of, disordered aggression about values, things that he owns, things that he possesses, and he gets a shakeup with values. There's things that are unexpected that take place with him in Taurus. A lot of darkness and a lot of shakeups. Well, for Lily, he has the dark moon, and then she has her shakeup that brings unexpected things to her at a 0-0 in Taurus. And it's conjunct her Mars at a 24. So this 0-0 Taurus, this 0-0 Taurus is where they are together. They're meeting up there together. So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn the addresses off. Turn Jack on. Where's his dark moon? Where's that 0-0? I used to put a compass on here, but now I don't. So it's going to be a 30. So yeah, this is going to be it right here. So this is where her and Jack are meeting right here. All right, let me take that off now. Hold on. Her and Jack are meeting with the shakeup. And it's going over Westville Road, just west of New Glasgow. There it is. Connection.
Can you zoom in,
That's true. So let me turn the addresses back on because I'm just.
Well, remember the police looking for a receipt from them shopping? It was towards New Glasgow. I think.
Look at that. That's Ward's Towing and Recovery.
Yeah. Is it? Oh shoot. Well, now I'm alone on the chat with Jen. This is what happened to my. There you are.
That's what's next to him.
Ward's Towing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where.
There you go, Krista. You asked, where's the damn Ward's Towing?
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
there's
something fucking there. I'm telling you, I've never been so nauseous looking at a place online before. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say never, but it's up there with the energy. Ward's Towing. It's also the bus driver's place of business, I believe.
Canada is going over Daniel's workplace. This is where Canada and Jack meet up, is going over the workplace. So Canada.
And it goes. Sorry, can you see if it goes beyond Ward's to that landfill that we talked about?
There's the Proudfoot's Home Hardware Building. There's the Proudfoot's Home Hardware Building Center as well.
Is that the connection?
I think it could be, girl, because that 8 is going over the Proudfoot's Home Hardware Building too.
Because that's I think there was a receipt they were looking for some tools and shovels, is my guess.
There's a breakup with some communications today with Jack. So with the group, this 8 degree that he has with his Uranus is going to go right there. It's going to go right there.
Krista, shut the
where
door.
There's something unexpected. There's like this shape. Like it literally goes right there.
Okay, well, I didn't tell you, but I told them to go look at the bin at Ward's Towing. I said there's evidence in the fucking commercial bin behind Ward's Towing. I believe. I really believe. So that's very interesting.
Well, that could be it. Yeah, that could be it then, because there's definitely this is just full to me. So this right here is Jack. Let me turn on.
Does it go? Did you say it goes to the landfill that we talked about? Right, because it's right. East, just northeast of Ward's Towing is the landfill.
Right. So this dark moon where Jack and Lily are meeting up with a lot of shakeup, with disordered aggression and darkness, is Ward's Toe, landfill, and then the home hardware place, the Prophet's Home Hardware, Daniel's workplace. This is where there's a shakeup with Jack. And
Yep.
it's coming right over. I'm talking about smack dab over that Uranus, and Canada is right there, and is with their eighth house of death, rebirth, regeneration. The things are hidden with the investigation, with money.
Yep.
So we've got Daniel, his work. We got Ward's Towing.
Well,
We
Daniel's
got Prophet's
work.
Home right here. We got
Yep.
the landfill.
Shit. Jen,
Mhm.
I think we were right.
Yeah, that's what
Daniel's,
too.
Daniel's work was, he admitted to meeting somebody the day before when they went to buy the shovel at Proudfoot's Hardware. Daniel's told us himself he met a colleague in the parking lot there that he worked with.
Oh,
Is that,
interesting. So I
yeah.
also want to tell you that I said that's interesting. That 334 that I was saying that me and that medium have that connect to Canada, the
Mhm.
334. Jack Sullivan also has the 334. So his connection is with the enlightenment, with the physician, with investigations. This 334, I connect with Jack with that. I connect with Jack with this 222 and that 1324 that I was telling you that Canada has in their chart. So I'm very confident with the Canada chart because I've looked at it a lot, and I think that
Mhm.
this Uranus, I'm going to have to draw it in with an angle, but look, that energy that's coming to you and me, that
Mhm.
energy that's coming to you could have to do with what you just said that you told the law enforcement.
Yeah,
that
because I
Mars.
also said to you when I sent him, because I'm getting pretty good at, and I've shown you the email correspondence. I mean, he signs off with his first name. He's not, hope you're feeling better, Leanne. Like, he's been very personal with me. And so I've got a really good sense of his energy. And I told you guys yesterday, after asking for if I could go down there, I feel like the energy was like, he's giving me clues without giving me clues in his responses. And I felt like might not be a need, which is very interesting, because if there might not be a need and they went to do what I suggested they do, go towards towing and the landfill, this is very interesting. I'm very interested in this.
Yeah. Yeah. This is also where he and Lily meet up. This is so important right here. This is also where Jack and Lily meet up because they both have this 1036 degree in their chart, the 10 Cancer. This, oh God, let's see.
April's asking if
So
you
we
remember
know
the
that that's going
conversation.
over. This is going over Jen, do you remember our conversation a few days ago? About what? Which one? Okay, so here's the Lawrence Cemetery. Or close to the
Laird?
Lawrence Cemetery. So we got the
Laird? Is that Laird?
we got a no Lawrence Cemetery. This
Okay.
angle that I'm looking at with Jack, he meets
Yeah.
up with Lily here. So you'll see Lily. Well, you don't. Hold on. I'm not y'all not in there yet for Lily.
Lily's there.
The
She's the
missing
pink.
or something.
She's right there in pink, honey.
No, I'm talking about this. No, yeah. See this 1036 in her chart in Cancer, 1036 in his chart Cancer. This is Chronos. That's Hades, both in Cancer. So I've got to draw her in. So I wonder, because they're about to meet up here. Y'all are about to see it. Trines Poseidon. So let's do the wisdom. Where's Poseidon? Poseidon is at a 1342. That's exactly where Jupiter is expanding there. Is at a 1342. Okay, so let's do that. Hold on. Y'all are I'm about to bring it together. Just give me 1 second because I might as well be working if I've got this up, right?
Yeah, I just got supper
So
delivered by Dan, my neighbor. He just met
okay,
me over
so
some spaghetti.
Lily's 1036. Y'all, this could be, if we're looking for a cemetery, this one would be it. If we're looking for a cemetery, this one is going to be it. And then her 13 to 10 to 23 to 23 right there. Okay, so Lily's Chronos in Cancer. Trines, what was that? Poseidon and Scorpio. Shoot. Let's let this come to life here. I'm going to put it right on there.
Yes, Deborah, he's wonderful. Just met him, just moved here, but yeah. He's fed me last night too. Oh,
Could be girl. I hope so. I really do.
who are you talking about? April? You talking April?
Yeah, we were talking the other day about the cases and,
Yeah.
The things that are coming about and coming. And I'm like, it's just all this shit's making me nervous. And it could be about the cases. Okay,
Mhm.
so this is it. All right, so turn Lily off. Come on, Lily, go off. Okay, so if I take Jack off, see how Jack and Lily are sharing a line? So Lily's Chronos in Cancer is going this way. It's the same exact degree. Same exact degree. There's Lily and Jack. They're sharing an angle. This is in opposition of one another. His Uranus in Taurus is going this way. He's getting a shakeup. Her Chronos, oh shit, her Poseidon is going this way. Lots of wisdom with things that are hidden with the investigation. Possible containment could be trash, could be water. It could be just investigation or hidden sex.
Mm.
There's a hidden sex here, maybe.
Hidden sex. Dan,
And
my neighbor, just to interject, story, is also psychic medium. I literally just met him, and he says he thinks that Lily was being abused sexually. So that's interesting.
So there could be something here with his work, tools, or what have you, hardware, and then if there's a cemetery that we're looking at, let me see if I can get down at ground level here.
Welcome in, Lola.
Poor Lily and Jack, y'all. They're sharing this one, and it's a 1036 in Cancer. Nova Scotia's there. They shine here. They shine here. Nova Scotia shines here.
Shit, I want to see. I want to zoom in. Oh,
See that? I want to see it. Okay, so it's. Let's see. I want to just look around it. And see what is up here with the terrain, where the houses are. There's a house. It's looking right at the cemetery, so that's not discreet. Let's go down a little bit. This is Lawrence Cemetery.
This is Glengarry Road.
Somebody lives here. Somebody lives here in a camper. So this it wouldn't be discreet. I don't know. I don't think that anybody could get away with trying to hide something here, but there is, doesn't necessarily have to be at the cemetery, but there is, this could be a property, a land. Where is that? Let me see if that there's a, all right, I don't see a mailbox here. I see a mailbox here. Okay, so that is a property. It's by the cemetery. If we go on their lines right here, what is that? What the hell is that? Oh, let's see. Hold on. What is that? That's on their property, maybe. Their property with a pond and stuff.
How far is that from their house? I'm gonna pull up my own map. Glengarry Road.
Yeah, I'm about to look and see. Yeah, that sounds good, April. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. That conversation that we had. Okay, so this is those lines that Jack and Lily's. So I've got the little man on Jack and Lily. Looks like something back there. What is that? I'm looking that way. There's something back there. Maybe a dwelling or something. Looks like maybe a little access. I don't know. So that angle, I just think that it's very interesting because they're meeting up. They're meeting up with a timing and a weight. There's a weight and a timing.
Can you do me a
Come
favor?
together right
Can
here.
you, Jen? Can you see Reverend
Yeah.
Donna said Dryden Lake, and I see Glengarry Road is very close to Dryden Road. Is it close to, do you see Dryden Lake anywhere close to there?
Dryden Lake?
Yeah, I was trying to find it last night.
I don't see a lake there.
No, I couldn't find it. I've seen it. I just
Here.
couldn't find it. Yeah.
There's Grant Lake.
Yeah, I know. I've seen Dryden Lake. I couldn't find it last night either. It's not that big, I don't think.
Dryden Lake. Let's see.
Okay, don't worry too much. I just was curious if it was obviously there, but. Hey, Lola, you can check my channel out too. It's right there on my screen. The name, if you're interested and you like all this stuff. I do more tarot and psychic stuff, and Jen comes on my channel as well sometimes, and she does the astrology, and we're trying to solve these cases together. Thank you, Lola. And please, everybody that's new here from my channel, sub up to Jen, obviously.
Daniel's Jupiter in Leo is fated with Capricorn. So this is where we see the Donna being the Juno in Capricorn. So Donna would be the Juno in Capricorn in Daniel's natal chart that is coming down over Dryden Lake, that is gaining a lot of attention with the law enforcement. So what Daniel learns, or what the law enforcement learns about kids that is going public, is fated here. So there's a fate with him and Donna. That's what that's showing. That's exactly what it's showing. Yeah. Yeah.
So in other words, Dryden Lake's a distinct possibility.
Canada's outer wheel in the fifth house of kids and the 11th house of groups. This Leo energy opposes groups and kids, anything internet networking related. Well. So the 428 that's coming into transit. This is it. Their Chiron and Leo could have to do with Donna. It could have to do with Donna, and let's see if we look at this lake. It's right here. Oh shit! Hold on. So it's not far. It's about maybe 6 miles, 5 miles. It's not far at all.
So based on what
Let's
you're
see.
seeing, they're not separated like some people have been thinking.
Well, I mean, I would have to look at this Leo, Daniel's Jupiter and Leo, and see if there's anybody else that's coming there, because I don't have her natal time, so she could have a 3 Leo or a 4, 5, or 6 Leo, but it's not up on her natal chart. All she has is a 0 Leo, and all he has is a 2 and 11. So that's all I can go by. I can't do the outer will emotional explosion that's public with health, possibly school or education related in Leo. So yeah, this is all Leo right here, which is interesting that, his moon is right. Daniel's Jupiter in Leo, the law enforcement, this is where he's fated with the relationship with the law enforcement. So yeah, about 5 or 6 miles would probably be about 14 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. But we'll see.
Because
we'll see. Maybe that's what they're working on. Maybe that's exactly what they're working on, is her, people calling in and saying, hey, Donna's saying check here, check there. But yeah, I mean, I got a lot of addresses from Donna on Sebastian's map that were not
accurate.
They didn't hold any. Yeah, they just didn't hold anything. But it's not to say that she can't be right with driving late.
No. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't get anything there. I'm personally, but again, I'm not, nobody's 100% accurate. Donna is, and I'm not, but I was just curious. But I personally am way more interested in words towing. Yeah. I'm more interested in towards towing and Laird Cemetery and stuff right now myself. But that doesn't mean she's wrong.
So this and this line for Canada, this line for Canada is about groups. It is definitely about groups. The fifth house of kids is going to go this way, but there is a kid, so that could be the Chiron that's coming up with a lot of emotional explosion. That could be it. But I would have to see if anybody else is coming here, like Malaya. Is she coming here? We know that the kids aren't right here, and you would think that they would be closer. I mean, that's pretty close. Daniel is here with his Jupiter. So I don't know. But this is exactly where, Lily and Jack are meeting up, is right here with her, and Jack are just right there.
So Jen, you don't see in the chart that I don't know, maybe you can't answer this right now, but do you see in the chart that they might be in separate places?
I don't think that they would be in separate places. but
Okay.
maybe they
Okay.
will be. Maybe they will be. I mean, you know, why would if something bad happened and one of them or somebody took them somewhere,
I don't
I
see
don't
them
know
being in
why
two
they would go
places
to
either.
2 places. Now Forbes Lake, let's look at that. Why would they even be in a lake? Well, I mean, I guess that they could be in a lake. This is where there's a breakup that's taking place in the future with groups. There's a breakup. This is the line that's having a breakup, y'all. And it's coming in the future with a lot of energy with Pluto.
Mm.
This is the breakup that's in transit right now, all day long, all day. Pluto is transforming communications and it's going this way. It's going over Middle River Road. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Yeah, let's just go on down because I want to see where we're actually really looking at here from Gerlach, from their home. So we're going over Gerlach. I want to see the terrain. There's a breakup here. This neighbor and the communications with groups in the future.
That's the neighbor I thought it was the one talking about the parties where yeah, that's the one I was thinking.
Oh, really? Okay. So
Well, I
there's a
don't
breakup with
know. I'm
this.
just guessing. Yeah.
I've got a hot spot up here, but this breakup is wanting me to, I want to move it here. I want to move that here because of the breakup. So the breakup is going on right here. Then we cross over Gerlach Road. Looks like there's definitely a trail.
Yep.
Is this that park? Hold up.
No, that well, there's an abandoned farm there with lakes, and that's where the vehicle was spotted. There's an abandoned farm there, across right there. That used to be some sort of tourist building, and it's been closed down or something. And there's private lakes there. That's right there.
It's just showing me black.
You have to go in a little bit farther, just to the right.
I mean, it's just showing me. There we go. There we go. Hold on. I'll just turn around because I'm going this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's down here, we would have to come down here.
Yep.
Got to go down a ways. We got to go through here and then go down a ways and loop around. And that's where the breakup is taking place. There's a breakup here. God damn it. Why is it doing that?
Right there.
Yep. This is the camping at something park. Okay. So this is where Lily and Jack are meeting up. So there's a breakup. And then Lily and Jack, is this where they're meeting up? No. Canada's Vesta in Sagittarius opposes Venus. The communications about the two siblings and the flame of life.
There's the farm right there.
There's
It's
a camp.
abandoned. Is it a camp? Because it used to be a farm, and apparently it's closed now, according to locals.
Oh, shit. There's a breakup here. Yeah, it says camp. Yeah, there's a camp here. So this is a campground?
I think it was, honey. I think it's closed now.
Wow. With groups. So the transformation, if anybody is at this campground, if it's still an active campground.
Look at that. Look at the lake.
This is where all of his problems with communications are. And it's in good standing with that dark moon that we were talking about in Taurus. Well, groups would have to be down here searching for him. And if groups were down here searching for them, this is a possibility of where they could be found then. I'm just, talking it out, looking at the different perspectives. I just wonder if this is an active campground. So Lily has a relationship here that gives her a conscious raising experience, and it's challenging Saturn in Capricorn. So it would be challenging this area of woods.
And the other thing that was really interesting in their interviews, that they said the kids would never cross the street. Almost don't look here. And actually, Kim, I did do a reading. It's just there was no Reagan audio yesterday because I'm not so sure the blankets weren't planted deliberately in a different direction to steer the cops in the wrong direction. And that's what I did yesterday. So I'm going to have to redo that reading because this is I don't know.
Jupiter is coming over this one.
Yeah. So think about this.
We have
if
the
something
flame of life
happened
with Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, their Venus is here. Their Venus in Gemini. So Gemini is two. Gemini is communications. It's thinking. It's siblings. We are looking for siblings. They're looking for siblings. So have they looked in the campground? Surely they have, but groups should be here. So I want to see. So this is all Gemini.
I think it's closed, Jen. According to locals, it's no longer functional. So, and that's people that live in the area that were saying that way back when we first started this case. So, because I looked there immediately. That was the first place I went to. So they may not have been in there.
They might be a better place to go. Yeah, that would be a better place to go if it's closed.
Well, that's my point. So what if something happened and they took them there and then they spent, let's just hypothetical for a second, hypothetical. Something happened. They took the kids to the abandoned farm, did something with them across the street, and then they spent 6 drives back and forth on a 5th wheel, taking the blanket and everything in the opposite direction. Just a hypothetical.
It's definitely an opposing force for Canada. So let's see. I haven't drawn. I don't guess I've drawn the Gemini yet. For Daniel, let me see. Because I would say, since he said that Malaya had him do everything for the kids, that if God forbid something happened, and this 1428 is in transit. Look at that. Holy shit. That 1428 is in transit. Let's see. It's going to be, you go back up with that 319 with me and you. Look at that. There's a wake-up call coming in the future for Daniel.
Yeah,
the investigation. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's check this out. So that's going to be in transit. This 1428, this physician, Apollo, is going to be in transit. And now I want to see, here's his Gemini. We've got a Kronos and we got Hades. Trines Hades. It's in good standing with Hades. So that's the one I want to draw. I want to draw that angle and the 1058. So a 10. So that's going to be a 70 and a 194, a 70 and a 194. These are all his problems are. All his problems. He does need the physician. This is a counseling line, y'all.
Guilty unloading of some guilty information.
Yeah. He needs to
admit some guilt here on this line. Yeah.
Unload here. So it's 70. Compass bearing. Come on. Come on. Oh my God, Leanne, I've had you on here forever. I'm sorry.
No,
I've
it's
had
okay.
y'all
I
on here
actually,
forever. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. I actually like this style. I was just going to suggest to you maybe we alternate channels, like one night mine, one night yours, because I prefer the longer ones like this because we can really dive in. Like, I know I'm interrupting you a lot, but to me, this is like, I don't know. It's like, I like the deep dive, but we could talk offline about that. You know?
I don't mind being interrupted. I don't care.
Okay. Because I would
I
love to
don't get it.
do this and we just alternate channels instead of like, you know, because I
Yeah, this
can't do my
dude
two
is
lives today. He's what?
he's going to be in transit with us. So it could be, I don't have Donna. He's going to be in transit with us. I don't have Donna's, birthday, but damn, if I did, I'd be like, is it, where are we going to find him? Where could we find him? Is it going to be anything, is it going to amount to anything? Okay. So let's look at that.
Hell yeah.
Make sure that make sure we're right on it here. All right. So now that Daniel's Hades. So what is Hades? Hades is all your problems. Hades is hell. It's a big weight. If you imagine Christ walking to his death with the cross
Yep.
on his back, that's the weight. That's the weight of the
Yep.
world. It's the weight of Hades. And his is in Gemini, and it's about communications and siblings and communications and thinking. And it is in good standing. It's in good standing with his physician Apollo in Libra. That's about to be investigated. There is an investigation with his counseling here. So he's black. Suspects are usually black unless we got the FBI in. So Daniel is there. I'm about to pull up Malaya because I want to see if she's there too. So we've got Daniel right here. Where's Jack? We got Jack. So we've got those, okay. Okay, so we've got Canada, Canada, Canada. All right, so we're looking through here, more closer to right here. So we got
Like,
Jack. Well, we got Canada. This is where they learn about children or they learn about siblings. They learn about communications. There's communications here. This is the ninth house, the long travel or there's definitely a higher learning here. There's Jack's Jupiter and Gemini, Daniel's Hades, Lily's Juno. There's a relationship here. Jack has his Hades here as well. So Jack's problems with Daniel's problems, they're all together here. And this is his north node of fate. She's up here with her Mars conjunct Sedna. If they would be in two places, I just don't think so. God, I don't. That's making me wonder now.
because of this up
Let's
here?
look at that.
It doesn't
Yeah,
seem
because
like
of her Mars being there.
Yeah.
And her letting go right there is, and then there's water right there. And it's just, I don't know. It could be something else that we would have to go on up to look at. So, but I'm going to pull her up and see what Gemini she has in her chart. I've misspelled her name there. I never know how to spell her name. So her Gemini, well, she's got the health factor. her health factor. Her Hades is also there. And there's the health. There's the mental health. So not only does she have issues with communications and her thinking and stuff, but she has there could be a mental health issue with her. And I want to show you that 1036, where the kids are meeting up, that 1036 that they have in their chart in Cancer, that what trips me out about that is that her lunar nodes are a 1036. That's where I've got them, is a 1036. So they're sharing a degree. So that means when that degree comes into transit, it pretty much like activates, it will activate with that. So it's interesting.
We can't tell when that will
and
be.
hate.
Yeah.
Huh?
We can't tell when that will happen.
Right.
When
Well,
they're
anytime the 1036 comes to, it's hitting all three of them. It's hitting her and her kids. Yeah. So I'm looking at the 13 here, 13 and the 15. So I'm going to draw that in for her. I'm going to draw that in. So the 13 and the 15, we're going to have a 60, 73, and a 75 compass bearing. 73 and 75. I am going to have to get off here soon because Jeff.
Well, I haven't even eaten yet today, so I can get. I haven't eaten yet today because I woke up late, went outside, had my coffee, and then realized I had the time wrong. And so yeah, I got a jet soon too. And I got to do a members live tonight. Won't do another live at this
63
point. But
and 65. Let's do this. Oh, that's a 65. Never mind. Hold on. No, 72. Okay, yeah. 60, 72. And then 75. So this is Malaya's. How do I smell her? Malehya. Malaya's Hygeia. Hygeia conjunct Hades and Gemini. Okay, so this is all the communications are here. What color do I have her? Purple. Excuse me. So let's go back down. Just want to see this area with her and where everybody is showing up.
I have a spirit that just showed up and just gently rubbed my
And if it was
finger.
closed, let's say it's gated or whatever. Got ATVs, man. They got ATVs, and if somebody took them, even, I mean, let's just say that the parents are not guilty, and that. Oh no. This is going to show. So Lily, Daniel, Jack. Somebody's not there. I've got her all messed up. They're all together. They're all together right there.
I don't know. I think maybe.
I mean, we could even think, okay, well, that all the communication is, all these communications, it could be this. It could just be nothing but this house. But if we take into consideration that we're looking for 2 missing kids and there's a closed campground, seems ideal to me.
Yeah, because it's right across the street.
What do y'all?
I think it's a distinct possibility. Yeah, I think it's a distinct possibility.
So it's a lot to think about, y'all. We've looked at some maps. We've got some astrology. I mean, I don't know. We're just going to have to keep working it and trying to be patient and seeing if we can come up with a place. But I do enjoy working the map with other people like yourself that can,
Thank you.
understand what the hell I'm doing here.
Well, to a certain degree, I'm still learning, but I understand probably more
Yeah, but
than
you're
somebody
getting
that
it.
has no knowledge of astrology. I have a little slight knowledge, but yeah, more energy. I think I just have a better understanding of energy than the average person just
Yeah,
because
but
I'm
you're
Reiki.
understanding what the
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
right.
find it fascinating. I find it fascinating, these charts. I mean, it also
All
helps
right,
me
so I've
zoom
added some
in.
shit. So now, Leanne, this is all going to show up on your end too. So when you pull up the map, it'll show up. And
Okay.
then yeah, it'll all show up on your end with all the changes that I've made on both. And then I'll send you the other, Sebastian's the map from the Texas Roadhouse and see what we can
Okay.
come up with. But I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me and hanging out with Leanne. We
Yeah,
definitely
thank you.
appreciate you.
Absolutely. We're working it. We're working it. Yeah, so I'll do my
We're
live
hanging
tonight. And
there.
then tomorrow, do you want to do something on my channel and we'll do a long one?
It just depends on what time.
Okay.
Like maybe we could oh shoot. What am I doing here? Trying to stop the screen. Damn it, stop. I'm just trying to figure out like my time schedule tomorrow. I've got to make doctor's appointments and dentist appointments and just try to figure out my schedule, and then I'll be doing that in the morning, but I can definitely let you know in the morning.
Okay.
Just text me in the morning.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks,
All
Jen,
right.
for your
But
time.
thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. This is different, but we're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. Just stick with me. Just stick with us, and we can work together to try to bring these kids home. All right.
Thank you, Jen.
So
Thanks, Jen.
you're welcome. Thank you. Until next time, y'all. Peace out. We'll be seeing you.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up.